Ladies and gentlemen, finally! How are you guys doing? Hello! We have been delayed for over an hour just because we couldn't get a gosh darn lobby in. And what a way to start off the season. Why not? My name is Upmind, joined here by Cool J. It is EGFC season number 2, and Super Smash Bros. Action is starting right here on the main channel. And it's going to be none other than Canisius College facing off against DePaul University. Who do we have up first, Mr. Cool J, in terms of players?
That is a great Up first, we've got Icaro from DePaul University facing off against Jarbin from Canisius. And honestly, I'm excited. You know, we had a long wait, not just wait to get in the lobby, but it's been a long off season, and I'm excited for a new EGF season. We're going to see how things go between these two teams and across the league as a whole, see where teams stand. Have we gotten better over the off season? these are the questions that are flying through my mind as we get ready to go today. And I'm really excited to see how things go down.
Gotcha. So, ladies and gentlemen, of course. Oh, whoa! If I'm not mistaken, there was a little bit of an audio issue, but hey, you could have heard us like a little bit. I would like to hope, but again, moving on, we are waiting for what would be the start of our game. I think we've waited long enough. We have waited long enough. It's been, I think, an hour, 10 minutes at this point that we've just been trying to, just get this out and ready to go. But, ready. I think we're good, right? I think we're good. Mm-hmm. Cool, Jay.
Yeah.
From last season, are there any teams that really catch your eye going into this season?
Well, that's a good question. I think that a lot of schools last year had a good showing. I feel like I didn't really have a favorite in terms of Smash anyway. But between these two, I'm slightly favoring Canisius going into it, and we're getting started. It is going to be, again, as I mentioned, it's going to be Icaro from DePaul, and we see Jarvin from Canisius, and this matchup's already get started. And, oh, wow.
Oh, okay. Early on, we have quite the matchup. Robin versus Bayonetta. Now, this is not exactly a matchup that you'll see no matter if you're watching Bayonetta or Robin. Online, Robin has had a little bit more of a resurgence in a sense, but thus far, Icaro has been kind of leading up this kind of this Bayo run in a sense. And I mean, I have to give a lot of respect to really Bayo mains in the past couple of months. I've seen a couple in Wi-Fi tournaments. I've seen just, them starting to make a little bit more of a small resurgence, kind of realizing that, Bayo, yes, got absolutely nerfed, but you could still have an absolute fun time with his character, and Icaro is just knocking up Jarvin at the moment, and, well, already has him at second stock, 122. Reminder, ladies and gentlemen, this is a crew battle, and Icaro is looking to just destroy DePaul to start things off. What a legend.
Yeah, Icaro absolutely flying out of the gates here, putting on the aggression and putting on a big show. I really like that you mentioned the online. Obviously, we've been stuck across the Smash scene to the online events, trying to adjust to that. The meta is adjusting as well, but Icaro here is really just dominating early, looking to get a 3-stock victory, getting some more damage onto Jarvin here. We'll see if he'll be able to fight back and at least take one, but I'm not even sure he's going to get that. Icaro looking for the kill blow, can't quite hit it there though. Staying alive for now.
Again, in comes Icaro, trying to take up would-be Jarvin. Interesting attempt at the witch time, but can't exactly get it, but yet another one. Again, good coverage of ledge. Robin can have a pretty linear path in terms of recovery, but simply not going to be able to capitalize. The first game of this crew battle taken up by good old Arno, but I think the scores might be a little bit incorrect because we're actually running a modified crew battle system. So it's the same system that we were running from last season, where it's full BO3s between two players. So these two players are actually going to have yet another opportunity to face up against each other. You get, if I'm not mistaken, you get a point for every stock that you take. And at the very end, if you end up winning the set, that's 2 points on top of all of the stocks that you were up on your opponent. It's a little bit confusing. We'll keep you guys up with it. But for now, you guys, all that you guys need to know is that the score is 3-0 going towards DePaul.
Yeah, and I mean, 3-0 almost doesn't even do justice to really what happened there. That was just complete domination. A great start, exactly what DePaul was looking for there. And Canisius, I'm not sure that they're going to be too happy about that one. I'm wondering how they are going to respond here going forward.
Yeah, I mean, of course, they're going to do picks and bans real quick. So, of course, you are going to be feeling a little bit of a stage change. I just said that. Because here's the thing. I honestly don't know. I don't know. Because here's the thing. Bayonetta can be quite evasive in a sense. And with Robin being one of those characters where most of his setups are in terms of his wall of projectiles. You're gonna have to essentially try to make up space, and just from the playstyle that we're seeing Icaro trying to, you know, kind of take on, it's a lot more rush down. Not exactly playing up with space whatsoever, not letting him breathe over towards ledge. That is huge against Robin. Robin, again, has a very linear recovery, and not only that, but can also pretty much recover from really any sort of spot. But with Bayonetta being more of a high-flying character and also rush down, you're going to have to take advantage of those off-stage scenarios. We saw Icaro taking about 30-40% just from knocking his opponent off-stage. Not from just the initial hit in general, but just trying to ledge trump him and overall not let him get back on stage. So at this point, I would be feeling a little bit more of maybe a Kalos pick to make those recoveries a little bit easier. Potentially FD. I don't really know if that's the right option either, purely because what we're seeing here from the Robin player is that he's just having a very tough time landing. So here's me not really knowing what neither one of these guys can do. But again, we're moving on. We're getting our bans in.
Yeah, I mean, I think you really hit it on the head. Just had no room whatsoever, no breathing room for Jarbin on the Canisius side. Icaros was just rushing him down, juggling him in the air. No chances at all. So we'll see if they can do a little bit better here going forward. It looks like we're getting ready for round 2. And of course, you know, we mentioned the crew battles. We could go over the format a little more.
Right.
We're going to have each team, we're going to have 5 players from each school. They're each going to duel each other out. They're going to do a best of 3 with the 3 stock, 7-minute, the typical format, you know.
Right.
So that one, I'm really interested to see how this goes with kind of the crew format. I think it could be really fun. We'll see, you know, more of the star players coming out and kind of the strategy on how you want your players set up. Is that a Little Mac?
Oh my God, that's a Little Mac. that is a Little Mac. So
that's a Little Mac.
All right. Okay. So we have, first of all, we have Lilat. So if I'm not mistaken, I think the map pool has actually changed from the off season. So I don't even know if this map is even legal anymore. That's the thing. We would have to check in with our admins, but Mac Mac playing up against Bayo. That's a low tier matchup in this game, but I'm so confused. This is a matchup that you would never watch, Cool J. Jeez! Get him in there! Like I mentioned, Bayo has a lot of potential, bro, and, well, Icaro.
I think maybe we're seeing why you'll never see this matchup. Icaro is just going hard yet again. Jarbin, he is reeling at this point. Oh, man. Okay, he's starting to get some hits in, coming back the other way, but Icaro doesn't even seem phased. He just comes in casually off the ledge, getting some damage right in there. Right. Okay. Right. Okay. All right, so there's some fight from Jarbin. Jarbin's not going to give up easy. That's what I love to see, you know? I want to see these players, I want to see them put their hearts out on the line for their school, for Smash. Let's see them go at it, man. But Icaro, man, it's just so tough. I don't know if I would have the strength to go up against this barrage from Icaro here.
Oh
my goodness.
No.
Ooh.
Missing out on the up smash from the Witch Time, but Icaro, again, this is just a side effect of Lilat. Lilat is going to allow you to essentially be able to recover with any sort of what would be a hostile recovery. So, such as Bayonetta, she's going to be able to kind of not only attach onto ledge, but also as a little bit of a get off me. There would be no way for Jarbin to just hold on. Even if he does abuse a little bit of that armor that he has off the smash attacks, it's still going to be very, very tough for him to just try to hold on to that ledge to try to trump out Icaro. But Icaro did drop out his first stock of the set, and well, in comes Jarbin, full rage with a Mac, and yet another whiff on the Witch Time. Now, big opportunity for Jarbin.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, in the side air right there just takes him right down. But even with that, Icaro high damage on the second stock here. We've seen, especially with the Little Mac pick, there is a lot of kill potential if he can get in range. But right now he's just getting juggled. He can't even land. He is going to be able to get down. There it is. There's the kill. And we are even on the last stock. Jarbin, after such a dominating performance in game 1, is coming back here. And he's making this close. We'll see though. Oh, the combos. Icaro juggling him through the air yet again. Oh my goodness. He still hasn't taken a point of damage.
Cool J. Do the combo. I remember that chant so many times when you would watch a Bayonetta, and that is known as the quote-unquote combo nowadays in Smash Ultimate. You just get a couple of F tilts, couple of aerials towards the offstage area, and that's just going to be it. That is going to be yet another point for DePaul, and that's the end of the best of 3. The first one was taken in a 3-stock fashion for DePaul. The next one more point, and then if you end up winning at the set, you get 2 more. So that's going to be a 6-point lead for DePaul early on in this set.
Yeah, I mean, and that's huge. That's absolutely huge. The amount of points they get right there. Just bonkers. I mean,
bonkers.
Icaro played that really, really well. I mean, I think you're right. It is a really tough matchup for Jarbin to be into, and I almost wonder if maybe his character pool was a bit limited picking those options. But you know, you got to play that's the matchup. You got to play what you got in front of you, and he put up a valiant effort there in game 2, but he just couldn't make it happen. Icaro, well-deserved win there in our first set.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I think, again, at this point, we are going to be looking forward to, adjustments going forward. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys didn't know, welcome to EGF Season 2. What a way to start things off. Great stuff from DePaul, already pulling out some pure fireworks to start off our entire season. But for our Super Smash Bros. Competition, of course, it is going to be crew battles. Each school is going to face each other at least once throughout the next 4 or 5 months. We got a lot of schools, and we got a lot of competitors ready and raring to go. With that, there is going to be adjustments heading up from week to week, and this is also just a big dynamic with a lot of players going into college. You got your freshmen. You got players that might not exactly know what their place is in terms of that crew in general. You do have teams like Canisius that have their very trusty captain, Casey, that is going to be kind of leading up the charge in terms of points. He was very trusty with his Inkling picks. But all of these teams, we're going to start to see what would be, valuable free agents in the overall semi-professional Super Smash Bros. Scope, and kind of coming together and still being able to play up for their school and just trying to get adjusted to a team format. Crew battles used to be mostly a prideful thing, mostly just a grudge match, but now at this point it is not only worth success for your school, but also you can kind of put up your team, put up every player on your team on kind of a different level in terms of competition. So ladies and gentlemen, again, welcome to EGF Season 2, and we have yet another game coming up in just a little bit. I think we still have to coordinate with some of the guys in the server, or if I'm not mistaken, just our next match period. Our next match is going to be a Fly facing off against Ego. I remember a Fly from last season. It was a Fly, I think Casey and Flapjack from last season's team. And of course, on the other side for DePaul University, it is going to be Ego, which I actually think they're getting set up for right now. So we can just kind of chill out. Cool J, let's talk a little bit. We haven't been on this channel for a while. I was here yesterday, but before that, haven't really had too much of a chance to kind of talk it out. So, what have you been doing for the past couple of months? Have you been keeping up with collegiate esports at all? Has there been collegiate esports that could possibly be followed?
Yeah, so I mean, over the summer, typical for collegiate sports in general, esports kind of takes a little back seat. The teams will still practice usually, but it's really kind of, there isn't as much going on as there is during the school year. In the fall, you'll see a lot of people getting the invitationals. Obviously, the elephant in the room, the COVID-19.
Yes.
That has made everything more difficult in the esports world. Usually you'd have invitationals. The Hugh Fest Invitational is a huge one. Harrisburg University in Pennsylvania, they usually have some big tournaments. I know that Akron U near me, they've been putting a lot of money into their program, and they were running to run some events. And actually, I believe we do have Akron in some of our leagues. I'm gonna have to double check that. I don't think they're playing Smash, but I will say I'm really, really excited about EGF. You know, we are kind of basically trying to build collegiate esports from the ground up here. We're focusing on these core games that I love so much. I love this community, so it's always so much fun to be here. And of course, I see it in the chat, being on screen with the afro is always a great experience as well.
I appreciate that. And again, over the summer, I was able to kind of keep up with certain collegiate leagues. I think one that I was very much more, I guess you could say, intact with, or more proactive with, was collegiate Valorant. New esport, and a completely new scene for the collegiate scene. And, with I think with companies like EGF, starting to kind of span out into other esports, we could be seeing Valorant in the near future. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, we are going to be moving on with our next game. It is going to be none other than, of course, Canisius versus DePaul University. It is going to be on either side. It is going to be Ego facing off against a Fly.
Yeah, and Ego, of course, from DePaul, a Fly is going to be the Canisius representative here. They're going to be playing on Final Destination.
Let me kind of go off for a second. So this matchup stinks. This matchup stinks for Mewtwo. So Game & Watch has been quite the prolific character for just being absolutely annoying for trying to deal with. And Mewtwo has these weird, disjointed hurt boxes that Game & Watch can just absolutely take advantage of. And of course, thus far, still Mewtwo does hit like a truck, and Game & Watch is quite easy to try to kill off early. This one might be a little bit interesting, but, well, cool, Jay. Finally, you get to see what is a Fly back at it with some Game & Watch shenanigans.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll see what happens. As you mentioned, not the best matchup, but of course, going into this, he has to know it's not a great matchup. He has to have some tricks up his sleeve to try to deal with it. Oh, and there you
90.
See, as you were mentioning, very easy to get the kill shots on the Game & Watch. All you have to do is hit him, and that is going to be a bit more difficult. But if he's able to avoid the punishes and try and get some big damage down, it's like a truck, as you mentioned, and he gets that first stock there. That's huge. Oh, but fighting back. Yeah. There we go. A Fly is going to make Ego fly. Oh, man.
Okay, so down tilt actually finished off the last stock. Now just a very quick combo from the Game & Watch. You'll love to see it. All three levels of Game & Watch's bucket were taken up by the low level. I forget what they're actually called. I just want to call them like energy balls or something like that, but something of the sort. But
the energy balls.
Right, the energy balls. But they were incredibly low level. Couldn't do anything with it. And that's also really trusty. Jab into down tilt. Very quick stuff. You can't exactly shield right on time for the down tilt to actually come out. It's another very low frame move. And, well, at this point, you're seeing just A-Fly have a pretty fun time against Ego. Yeah. He got himself a couple of apples, too. And not only that, but a full bucket of a full shot. Oh, shadow balls. All right, so I almost got it right, I guess. So he has a full bucket, the most powerful type bucket that you can get against a Mewtwo. And, yeah, this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Ego's trying to play in the air, trying to kind of take advantage of the mobility, but it seems like he's playing right into a Fly's hands, and there we go, 2 stocked him. Was high damage, but doesn't really matter. A Fly striking back for Canisius here after a very difficult first set between Icaro and Jarbin.
Yeah, no, like I mentioned, this matchup really does stink for Mewtwo, and I say this from experience because Game & Watch is just one of those characters that if you have in your pocket, you're probably going to cheese out a matchup. So I have been picking up Game & Watch a little bit. Shh, don't tell anyone. But in terms of just, watching what would be high-level Game & Watch, which there really is only one striking one at the moment, which, of course, is Meister, top 10 in the world. I've been following up with Game & Watch essentially from day one, because if you didn't know Cool J, or if the fans didn't know, my history in esports includes my stint as owner for Sinai Village. I used to work, or I ended up scouting Meister, and he was one of the players that I had to keep very, very close tabs on. Really just trying to analyze his play, not only for commentary purposes, but just for scouting purposes. And you can kind of tell that Game & Watch can kind of steal off games pretty much out of the blue. He has very trusty combos, very easy combos, if I'm being completely honest. And he has very diverse tools. Yeah, no, I'll say it straight out. But he has very diverse tools to just essentially take a lot of damage in an instant. Just bacon in itself. I mean, you get caught in it once at just mid-range, not even just close range. At mid-range, you'll take away at least 25-30% just from those pieces of bacon. Down smash not only does a lot of damage and sends at a pretty weird angle, but whenever you're in Barry, that, if I'm not mistaken, the knockback gets multiplied. So Game & Watch is just this... It's this enigma of a character that does fit the Super Smash Brothers scene, but just hurts so much because of how low frame most of his moves are. So for Mewtwo, at least, a character that does want to remain a little bit more spacey, a little bit more, I guess you could say, I already said the word space, so I'm looking for another word, but spaced out.
I don't got a word for you.
Just long, just on another, the other side of the stage, and really just trying to capitalize on what is just very free-flowing type hits. It's going to be a very tough matchup for Mewtwo. And not only that, but he's a big, chunky boy. Mewtwo's big.
Yeah.
And Game & Watch he has wide-scaling moves that are just going to hit.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll have to see if there's any adjustments here, maybe if we see a different pick coming out, or just trying to play the matchup a bit differently. But you know, Ego really did not get what he wanted out of that first matchup. It felt like he didn't really know what his goals were, didn't really know how he wanted to kind of attack this. As you mentioned, it is a difficult matchup, but he just didn't seem to have a strategy down at all. Was lucky to get that one stock, in my opinion. So we'll see if he can make things go a little bit differently here. Looks like we're just about ready to go for our next matchup. And that looks like a Mii fighter.
That's a Mii brawler. Ladies and gentlemen, the score is actually going to be, let's see here, it is 8-0, and of course, we got the good old Mii brawler stepping up to the plate, facing off against facing off against Game & Watch, and let me tell you something. I don't really know what the moveset is for this guy, but he's going for the suplex. Suplex does a very trusty 20%. What is going on? Is he AFK?
What?
Oh, I think he's just straight up disconnected. Now he's back. Oh, okay. Interesting. Don't really know if they're going to gentlemen's reset this, but I think this might be a 3-2-2-2 lineup.
Yeah, it seems like he's not moving.
I think his controller is just out of it. But yeah, no, the Mii brawler against Game & Watch is a little bit of a tough matchup for brawler. I would say it's about like 45-55, 60-40 Game & Watch. But Mii brawler does have the right tools to try to deal with Game & Watch. Does a lot of damage. The one thing that brawler does lack is just pure kill moves.
So I'm seeing now we were having some controller issues on the side of Canisius. Yeah, 3 stock. That was not really a 3
poggers.
So you hate to see it. If somebody's going to get 3 stocked, we want it to happen absolutely the right way. We want them to get personally, totally, completely dominated in every possible way. And that's not what happened there. His controller wasn't working. So, you hate to see it. We'll try and get that resolved and get back into the lobby here so that he can get dominated the right way.
So, another quick tidbit, just another personal tidbit about myself. My roommate is actually a Mii brawler main. So one of the characters that I've had to face off multiple times over the past year, or just matchup period, is Game & Watch versus Mii brawler. And this matchup sucks. You know why? Game & Watch loves to land in with moves. He loves to just pull out anything, and that side B is going to catch you almost every single time, especially after it was buffed. It ended up getting buffed in terms of hitbox. And actually, it's a little bit different. It's a little bit different of a move set. The down B is actually the kick flip. And, well, we're just going to have to see how this dynamic really works out for Ego, because he is just getting whacked around. He pulls out 50 at the very beginning of the game, just with a couple of side Bs, but Game & Watch does Game & Watch things. And me Brawler, I mean, he's a little bit lighter than Mewtwo. He's going to go down early to the down smash, forward smash.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm looking at this, like, Ego came out so strong, he was getting so much damage. What happened? A Fly, I mean, he seemed to struggle a bit, but he quickly made the adjustments, and he is now racking up the damage onto Ego. Already got a stock, close to taking another one, getting some big damage there. That's not quite going to kill, but getting Ego out of his comfort zone, getting him off stage. Ego's just having trouble even getting a hit in against the barrage from a Fly right now.
Oh, he is. Okay, he was getting in little by little, so he does have the 2 side B, which, again, does have a pretty decently sized hitbox and will kill Game & Watch at around 80%, 70%, so watch out for that hit. Yeah, no, he lets go, and he's done for. Huge for Ego, but he has to pull off a lot more here. He's trying to go for the suplex. That would have been a suicide right at ledge, but, well, Ego, he's still alive. And, well, unfortunately, his opponent isn't. Good spot dodge off the down smash, but Key coming in. That's going to kill at around 150. And DePaul, they have a one-stock, or I'm sorry, Canisius, they have a one-stock lead at the moment, which I actually did kind of mess up with the scoreboard. I will change that in just a little bit. The scoreboard should be 6-2 at the moment. But again, we do move on into the last stock.
Yeah, the last stock for Ego here. He does have some damage built up onto a Fly. Oh, a Fly almost FD'd there. Is able to get back to the stage. That would have been pretty bad, evening things up. Ego is starting to get some momentum back. There's the suplex, as you were mentioning, looking for a kill, but...
Ooh, jab lock.
Oh, yeah, nice little combo there from a Fly on this Game & Watch. He's looking to finish it up now. Another 2-stock win, but Ego, he's not going to let it go down that easily. Oh, the great edge guarding here. Can he finish it? He's just standing there. He's just waiting for him to come back.
He's just standing there. Yeah, no, okay, there you go. Jab into down tilt is going to send his opponent at a weird angle, but again, this is the move set that this person, that Ego ended up taking up with the Mii Brawler, which was, again, the kick flip, is going to help him out a lot with a recovery, but... we are going to be seeing Canisius pull off yet another W. The first one was a 2-stock. The second one, a 1-stock.
What are you talking about?
Well, another W in terms of a game. In terms of a game. Not,
okay. I'll give you that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
But it's not going to be enough to give their team at least the tie. If I'm not mistaken, the score after this is going to be 5-2 between the two teams. So... Canisius still a little bit under, but DePaul, that momentum from game 1 has faltered a little bit.
Oh, it's 6-5 right now. DePaul has a slight lead thanks to Ikaro's 3-stock in the first game of our EGF Super Smash Bros. Season. How about that? The first game of our whole season was a 3-stock. Oh man, you love to see it.
Love to see it. And again, we are waiting out for the next game, which is actually going to be the captain for Canisius. Stepping up to the plate is going to be Casey, facing off against DePaul's Bobby. All right, Bobby, if I'm not...
Yeah.
Again, I'm still learning names, especially with some of the new schools with this Super Smash Brothers tournament. I'm actually looking out for the other rosters at the moment because there is another stream going on right now at the moment. Actually, thankfully, produced by the good old boys over at House of 3000. That's an OG name to say the very least, based out of Tri-State, and they're actually producing the second stream at the moment. EGF SSBU, where at the moment it is William and Mary facing off against the University of Connecticut, good old UConn. And at the moment it is a little bit of a better game for William and Mary, but University of Connecticut down 5 points, could make that back within the last 2. So it's a good time overall here, ladies and gentlemen, in the good old EGF scope of things. And again, it is a full 5v5, so we still have 3 more best of 3s to go through. Cool, Jay. We're chilling.
Yeah, we are indeed chilling. We're chilling and grilling, and we're ready to keep on moving. KC, as you mentioned earlier, the captain of this Canisius college squad, and he was a very dependable player for them last year, consistently able to get good results. So I think they're going to be depending on him here to get them some points going forward. They are very slightly down after that last round, as we mentioned. And so I think this will be a good opportunity for them to really set the tone and kind of flip this game back around in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is anyone's game at this point. 1 point, it's the difference between a 2-stock lead and a 1-stock lead. It's not that crazy, right? It's not that crazy, especially with a couple of the players in this entire crew battle that, you know, are going to be taking stocks away like candy, and there's really players of that nature for both sides. So at this point, 1-stock lead, not too crucial until we really start to get to the last round. What is going to matter, however, is that 2-point set bonus that you end up getting, because again, like I mentioned, DePaul, they ended up winning out the first game where they ended up getting 4 points just off of stocks and 2 points off the bonus. Canisius, they ended up taking 3 stocks and a bonus of 2 at the very end for 5.
Yeah.
And in this next matchup, I'm expecting KC to win this one out. But again, here's the thing. Don't really know that much about these players, period, going into this. So we could just see this random savant that has just been a Wi-Fi warrior for the longest time. And we actually have a great matchup coming up for you. It's not actually going to be the good old Inkling. It's going to be the Pikachu being pulled out by KC. And facing up against the Pokemon trainer in the hands of Bobby. This should be interesting.
Yeah, so Pokemon Trainer actually is one of the characters that I know the best. Actually, I lived in a dorm with a PT player for about a year, and pretty much every day. That was really my introduction back into the Smash scene as well, playing with him. So, you know, you're really looking at Squirtle to rush down, build up the damage, and then looking at Ivysaur for those some aerials, mainly for the kind of, since you get so much heavier, able to get a little bit of kill shots, but then Charizard is really where you are just breaking down. Like, you are gonna die if Charizard's coming out. So it's time to get scared.
Right, it's a weird dynamic. So Squirtle is mainly going to be there for the combo play. Ivysaur is a great mix of both. And Charizard, he's the heavy. I mean, it's as even as you can get throughout the 3 archetypes. And really just 3 types in general. You got your grass type, you got your water type, you got your fire type, and you love to see it. You had the actually the type disadvantage for Pikachu in the first one, water type being out electric. But you know
what? No,
actually disadvantage. Sorry. I said that incorrect. It's the other way around. I do apologize. I do play Pokemon. I'm not that uncultured. I swear, I just said that incorrectly. But we are moving on, as the first stock did ended up getting taken by Bobby.
Yeah.
And not only that, but he pulls out the Ivysaur. I mean, although we talk about Charizard being the heavy, Ivysaur hits like a truck.
Yeah, well, actually, I was surprised that he went to the Squirtle there. I mean, obviously, it was just in transition over to the Ivysaur, but he was already on pretty high percentage. Usually over like 60%, you want to avoid the Squirtle just because he is so light. He's so easy to find the kill shot on. But KC so far really struggling. Bobby up to 130%. Casey trying to find this kill shot, but just been so difficult for him right now, and he's still continuing to take damage from this Pokemon Trainer pick.
Alright, he actually pulls out the Ivysaur a little bit late into his stock. Full Rage too, so we could see that up air kill a little bit early. But it's actually going to be the dash attack killing, which again is a very, very trusty kill move for Pikachu among many in a sense. But well, here we go again. Actually, Bobby Time's sticking with the Squirtle, and he's looking for the ledge guard with the F smash, but it's not going to happen. No loops. Casey is going to miss out on the drag down, and well, now Bobby has a little bit more of an opportunity to try to get this kill before taking too much percent.
Yeah, I mean, that was an incredible predict right there. Bobby gets the grab onto Casey when Casey was trying to come back to the ledge. I mean, absolutely incredible play from him there. Now Casey starting to build up some damage of his own. Bobby is in Charizard. As we mentioned, when Charizard comes out, it's time to die. And Casey,
okay.
Oh my goodness. I thought he was going to make it back in, and he just wham! Right off stage. Oh my god.
Hey,
absolutely. Bobby just hitting him with the old B button. Yep, that's how it goes sometimes against the Charizard. He does have the 1-stock lead, about even in the damage as well. Casey trying to bring it back though, trying to even up the score here, but Charizard back. Bobby looking for the finishing blow here, but he's the one who's getting hit hard right now by this KC Pikachu.
Right, and I do have a little bit more context to Bobby. Bobby hasn't played too many official tournaments going into this, but he has played a little bit of Wi-Fi. His best performance in terms of Wi-Fi actually came up in April in a hit point tournament, so more Midwest. Ended up getting 33rd, but here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Potentially Bobby could try to take down what is one of the juggernauts here in EGF, and there you go, actually holding up onto shield, up B right out of it, and that's going to be a very trusty kill, and actually 2 socks being taken for DePaul.
Yeah, great play right there from Bobby, and we were talking about it. Casey, the captain of this Canisius squad, one of their most dependable players, and he gets taken down right there in game 1. Now, of course, it's a 3-game set. There's a long way to go here, but that was a great start. That's exactly how they wanted things to go here.
No, absolutely. So 3-point lead coming in for DePaul, and it just seemed like as if Bobby again had a little bit more confidence. Casey was missing out on a lot of his nair loops, and especially at around that 40% range, you could still try to get a little bit of an air loop or a nair loop onto Charizard. Charizard is a big boy, and Casey was still missing out on that. So I am going to chalk that up to being kind of just a little bit of mismanagement, just a singular mistake, and hopefully we don't see it again. But Pikachu, he is, again, Pikachu is just this character that does depend a lot on just straight combo damage. Also, really just being a pure rushdown, going to be using those T-Jolts just to try to get grab combos, get you off stage. But that's also the thing with Pokemon Trainer. You can get back to ledge pretty confidently most of the time. So I'm just trying to think of what really Casey could try to pull off in terms of adjustments, really what maps we could see too. Maybe something a little bit bigger, I think. Maybe a Kalos.
Maybe, yeah, a little more space.
Maybe a little bit of a Kalos. I don't really know if we could see maybe a Smashville pick. I think that would actually fit PT a little bit more. So this is just me and not really knowing Pikachu all that much in terms of just, what they're actually comfortable on. But I'm feeling something a little bit more bigger just so he could die just a little bit earlier. Or, I'm sorry, a little bit later.
Yeah, let's have him die a little bit earlier.
Yeah, let's just have him die way earlier.
I mean, so, we talk about KC being one of those dependable players for Canisius, but on this other side, Bobby coming out here for DePaul, are we seeing the makings of, one of the new stars of the EGF league? I mean, incredible play from him early on there.
It's tough to say early, but
yeah,
who knows? I mean, who knows at this point? Because this is usually when we start to call out like stars in a sense for a team, we usually try to call them out like at the middle of a season. But who knows what type of performance players could have? I mean, I am just trying to do more research on some of these players and see what type of history they actually have locally, see what kind of history they have on Wi-Fi. And if they're just going into college already just a 6 Smash player in general and they're already PR'd in their region, then at that point, I would call them an all-star here in EGF. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on with game number 2, and we actually have a Lilac. Okay.
Yeah, and actually, I think this is the first time that we've seen neither player is switching characters here. They both feel comfortable in this matchup. They just feel like, I feel like Casey is just saying, I can win this matchup. I just got to play it a little better than I did last time. So we'll see if he can do just that. He's coming out. He is already getting some big damage up onto Bobby. Really on this Squirtle, you want to get a big damage before you have to swap to the Ivysaur, but he's going to get forced to swap very early. We'll see how that plays with his momentum here. He does get a nice grab near the ledge. Okay, Casey going to get back up pretty easily there, charging up the smash, no problem avoiding that one. And now we're back to kind of a neutral stage here. We'll see if Casey can start building up more damage, and he does, all the way up to almost 100% now. And it's going to be getting close to kill range here. I know Pikachu doesn't have a lot of kill shots, but I mean, when you got this much damage, it's hard to avoid him. The Charizard comes out, but still almost no damage on a KC so far.
Right, but in he goes once again. Actually, a little bit of a flamethrower. Still, spacing out that tail too. Can be, again, quite the menace. Again, yet another back there. Just keeping him off stage. Oh no! Oh, you hate to see it. Casey, he tried to switch up sides from under Lilat, which is possible, but he didn't get enough distance off the side B. So at this point, Bobby, he could just try to take advantage of not only Rage, but this absolute lead that he has over Casey now.
Yeah, that's really difficult because Casey was looking so good too. But now Bobby back in control thanks to that mistake. Oh, shields.
Okay.
Let's off the shield just a little bit early there. I'm not sure if that's a Wi-Fi fake. Oh, but off the ledge with the taunt as well. Bobby is feeling himself right now. 3-1. Oh man, but 3-1. Those leads are pretty dangerous.
Oh no. Okay.
Okay, KC.
A little bit.
Well, 2-1 now.
Yeah, that's one last
they're
time.
both just the ritual dance. They're just going back and forth. No damage coming out. Finally, Bobby makes the first move. He's the one to get the first damage onto KC here. Going back and forth. KC needs a stock. He can't really take too much damage either. Bobby going to the Ivy very early. I'm not really sure what he sees there, but I'm liking it. The neutral air getting so much damage.
Yeah, that's just Ivysaur. That's just Ivysaur for you. He's gonna be able to get you a lot of mileage, and especially against Pikachu, you want to space him out a lot more. And Squirtle, of course, you're gonna have to be forced into a little bit more of a rush down type situation. Potentially even Charizard too, but Charizard, you still have the upside of him being able to kill a lot earlier. But Ivysaur can get you a lot more mileage, especially at more of a mid-distance. Trying to go for the down smash again off of ledge. He did get it before off the neutral getup, and he's looking for a two-stock, and he's going to be able to get it. Walks right off the plat and extends out that tail with a back air, and that is going to be DePaul extending their lead up to 12-5. That is massive.
Yeah, and what were we saying going into this match? KC, it's time for you to step up. You're the captain of this team. You're the dependable player. Your team is down. You need the momentum. And what does he do? Nothing. Oh my goodness. Bobby comes out and he imposes his will. Incredible gameplay from Bobby right there. And now basically just cementing this lead for DePaul. Now 12-5. It's going to be very difficult. Not impossible, but very difficult for Canisius to come back into this one.
Sir, yes, sir. And again, we are going to be seeing this this next game come on down. So DePaul, they've actually been a little bit of a crew for a while. Bobby Time, Matt Beach, Ego. I'm trying to see if they still have that last player. No, and I don't even think Matt is going to be playing. So really, just two players from the very beginning of this year is going to actually stay in this crew. At the moment, it's just Bobby Time and Ego. This team. Specifically, or I'm sorry, Bobby has played in the Illinois local scene before, playing at tournaments, just monthlies. I don't know if you would call it a regional, but still a monthly called ICCS. And overall, he has some pretty good experience under his belt in terms of just physical tournaments. So again, salute to Bobby. He does have a lot of work to actually pull off in this season because DePaul does seem like they have a very competent team under their belt. But Canisius, this is a team that actually went pretty far last season, and it would be quite the letdown to start off this season with an L.
Yeah, but I mean, this is what you love to see, you know, as these leagues, as we at EGF, as we go further and further, you know, we're just giving these teams more time. You know, this offseason, we talk about the offseason, you know, oh man, we don't have any games going on, you know, we miss EGF. We miss seeing these streams. We miss seeing the Afro, you know. But that's the crunch time for these schools, especially these schools that are kind of struggling. That's when they get better, you know. And you know, last season you started to see it coming out. There were still teams that kind of got dominated, but the schools that are here for 1, 2, 3 years, they get better and better and better. And that's not just, you know, them going out and recruiting players. That's them. They've got the infrastructure. They know what they need to do. And so that's what you love to see. We want to see the competition. We want to see these players at their best and getting even better. And that's what we're seeing so far today from these two teams.
Sir, yes, sir. I appreciate that little, you know, that little inspirational speech a little bit, purely because EGF, we need it. It's been a It's been a long off season. We've missed you oh so much. And here's the thing: we actually ended the EGF season in a pretty big way. Back in June, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if it was June or July, but somewhere around that time, because again, quarantine has been a blur. June, EGF actually held the high school national championships, esports national championships, and that was featured on ESPN live on ESPN TV, ESPN2. So, dog, it's been a good couple of months for EGF, just, starting to make their run up in the collegiate industry. And again, we're very glad that you guys are here with us for the ride, because again, we're getting into yet another game. It is going to be Canisius and DePaul, and it is their game number 4. It is going to be a game between ADR and MKL Rising. MKL representing Canisius and ADR representing DePaul.
Yeah, and so we're getting right into this. We're back to Pokemon Stadium 2, and this time we've got MKL Rising on the Nest against ADR on the Pac-Man. Now, I mean, early on, a lot of posturing here. Obviously, Pac-Man going to try and use some of those projectiles to get some damage. Nest has a lot of projectile damage too, though, so, I mean...
Right. It's
a lot of respect here so far between these two players.
Yeah, this could be a little bit of a long-winded matchup. We could be here for a while. see, both of these characters, they can kill quite early, right? And they have pretty good combo game. But they're also, I mean, at least Pac-Man, I'll say as much, is a little bit more defensive in play style. And depending how MKL is feeling today, I don't really think that he'll want to approach that Pac-Man all too much. This may go pretty deep in terms of time.
Yeah, I mean, so far we're already more than a minute in. No stocks have been taken. We're really barely past 50% damage too. I don't mind though. I think these two players, they know this matchup really well. They're giving a lot of respect. They're not going for the stupid plays. They're just trying to play it the right way. And they're looking for openings. They're looking to create openings. And that's what I really like to see. MKL Rising trying to use those projectiles to create an opportunity to go in.
I should stop looking at Twitch chat. That's actually really funny. They have an F smash counter going at the moment. Because almost literally it's Pac-Man. It's one of Pac-Man's best moves. Either you're talking about F smash or down smash, dude. It covers up so much space. It does so much damage. It's a lingering hitbox too. Dude.
My favorite is the Ike Nair counter.
Ike Nair counter. Jeez, what? Oh yeah, no, you just keep using it. It's one of the moves. It's one of those moves for characters where you're just gonna keep abusing it. If you have it, you use it. And I mean, for Pac-Man, you can get pretty shifty, as you saw right there. The strawberry, throwing it out at again the set angle that it goes, it dips. Right, it's a little bit more of a curve going downwards, and it ended up hitting out. Oh, was the Nest?
Thank you for describing the trajectory for me there.
Thank you.
I really appreciate it.
I appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank Mr. Upmine.
I appreciate the compliment, because some of these, look, the projectiles can get weird, man. If I'm being completely honest.
It can get. I mean, my favorite ones are the ones that just kind of spiral back and forth. And it's just like a little boomerang. You know what I'm saying?
Kill with F smash. Yeah.
So we're almost perfectly even on damage here. This is a very close matchup between these two players so far. And the ritual shielding back and forth. Oh, a great grab there. Not quite going to kill from MKL Rising, but does get ADR off stage. Now getting a slight advantage here, looking to try and bring him down to the last stock. And he is going to kill there. That one, I wasn't too sure if that was going to finish him off, but it did. Now we'll see. Can ADR even up the score, or is MKL Rising just going to finish him off?
And kind of looking back on what is the experience for these two teams, I wouldn't doubt that we've actually seen these two, or at least players from these two teams, kind of face it off, because we have seen crew battles from the Indiana region go down, and of course these two colleges from that same sort of Midwest region. So we've seen crew battles before from this region. Canisius, at least, I don't really know if they've gone out to too many physical events. I tried looking up what would be history for KC and MKL. There's not too much of it, but, well, does that really matter? ADR, does have, I think, only 3 events under his belt, so not too many. But his Pac-Man does have a little bit of sauce to it if he can maybe prevent using F Smash, and he actually, commentator curses me. He was looking pretty good without F Smash for a second. But
yeah,
at 123.
He got a nice little back throw there to get the kill, even up the stocks. But as you were about to say, there's so much damage onto him. He's basically going to have to play perfectly here if he wants to get the win. It's not out of the question, but already MKL Rising. Oh,
yeah.
So much punish, and there we go. You cannot get back. This is my stage, says MKL Rising right there. ADR going to get taken down, but he made it pretty close right there. 1 stock remaining. MKL Rising takes it for Canisius. Canisius needed that one there. They really needed that one there. They're able to get back into it a little bit, but they need some more performances from him. We'll see if MKL Rising can finish this off, or if ADR brings it right back for DePaul. We'll have to see as we go into game 2. What are you expecting? What kind of need to change going forward in this matchup?
Yeah, it's a weird one. I think Battle for Neutral is just going to have to be more dependent on the Pac-Man setting up more of the pace, setting up more of the tempo, and I feel like he's depending too much on the F smashes. Like, it's a meme, right? That Pac-Man uses F smash too much. He's getting whiff punished for using F smash at this point because, again, it still has that lingering hitbox. It stays out there forever. So do you really want to keep pulling it out? Do you really? Because Ness, again, has an incredibly good combo game, and essentially just off of PK Fire, you get hit by PK Fire, and you could still end up getting either nared out of it, up aired out of it. You're still going to have a very tough time just trying to land as Pac-Man, period. So are you just going to keep going for the high frame ratey moves, or are you still going to go back to the combo game that we actually saw at the very end of stock number 3? We're just going to have to see. Ladies and gentlemen, we are heading into game number 2 between ADR and MKL Rising.
Yep, and so for the second set in a row, we're going to see the mirror matchup return. We're not going to see any character swaps. And I like to see
they're hard running it back.
I like to see the confidence in your pick, just knowing, saying in my mind, this is my moment, I know I messed it up in game 1, but I can do this. I can win this matchup, and we're going to see ADR coming out. He is getting a lot of early damage onto MKL Rising. We're back at PS2. Oh, okay. Gets the forward smash, trying to get more damage onto him. He is really winning this early on. It was very even in the first game, but so far ADR has come out very strong. We'll see though, but as you mentioned with Ness, really one combo is all you need to try and even things up sometimes. And he's starting to get some damage back, but still not really able to combo any hits.
Yeah, like I mentioned, ADR still maintaining his space this time. Like, again, he just has to maintain space. He has to really force out what would be the Nest to rush him down, just maintain the tempo of the game.
Oh.
He's finally going to be using the F Smash to its intended purpose, which is, of course, using up that lingering hitbox. It's still going to hit real hard, and of course it's going to kill right up on ledge, and there you go. The combo game working out pretty well. The fairs and nairs, they're all coming out.
Ooh.
But, well, it's going to be the Nest with control of the ground. Nice nair to at least
a good hold.
Kind of has a get off me move. He has the key ready and ready to go, and not only that, but he has control of the ground. Up throw into it, trying to get an up air, but it's a little bit too high of a percent, so that up throw is going to go too high. The key is actually going to connect. The fire hydrant couldn't connect it right after him, but this is actually sick from ADR.
Yes, so much damage. It just seems like he knows exactly what MKL Rising is about to do. Every time, it seems like he's finally going to be able to stabilize. He gets more damage, but MKL Rising on this Nest shows he's still in this game, but not by very much. Oh, the forward smash! Nest on the screen. A little bit of a taunt there at the end as well. ADR taking this matchup back, and this is what I was saying. He feels the confidence. He knows he can win this matchup, and he's showing it to us right now.
Yes, sir. And again, it's going to be ADR still trying to knock up a little bit more percent off the combo. And like I mentioned, that key just goes right straight. And not only that, but it hits up the fire hydrant first try. So ADR, he gets more percent off of the key and fire hydrant combo. He's still spacing out. PK Fire going back and forth. And finally, here comes an opportunity. Approaches with the down smash. Can't exactly cover up ledge, so he once again is just stuck at mid.
Nice recover.
ADR Oh, throwing out
I'll
the
tell
melon.
you
He's
what.
going to follow it. Okay, that's smart. It goes real slow, and you can essentially just follow it with you. He actually dropped it down to try to connect with the hydrant, but it's still not going to work out. Again, good Z drop from ADR. Good mechanics, period.
Oh.
But, he's just standing there.
Oh.
He's standing there menacingly. He throws out the strawberry. You still have ways now. MKL just trying to recover this game for his team. Because, well, they at least need some sort of consolation point. They can't be going down 2 in this game. Oh, F-tilt. No. What was that?
What?
He threw the Galaxia at the fire hydrant, and it ended up going back. Oh, God.
He's a galaxy brain. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. How do you do that? How do you do that? Like, knowing what you are about to unleash on this man. Meanwhile, MKL Rising starting to get some what? Okay, there we go.
All right.
ADR is able to recover, both on very high damage, but of course, MKL Rising, he's on his last stock. It's almost game over for him, and it will be the aerial from ADR to finish it off, and a great way to strike back here. ADR actually taking game 2, and this will be the first of our sets so far today to go to a third round. We'll see who will come out victorious then. And so now I'm wondering to you, do you think ADR can keep the momentum going? What do you think went wrong for MKL Rising there? Do you think it was just ADR playing it better? Do you think that it was mistakes? What do you think we can do going forward? What do you think is going to happen here in game 3? That's my question.
You're putting me on the spot.
Oh yeah, I love doing that. That's my job.
Oh God. Okay. I think it was a little bit again, like I mentioned, the hard adjustment that I wanted to see ADR kind of take was mainly just try to play more projectiles, maintain that wall between you and your opponent. Where again, Ness, he is gonna just try to rush you down as much as possible. Yes, he does have a lot of tools to try to space you out. He does have PK Fire, but he has to approach right after. But you know, as Pac-Man, your job is to literally play defense. Try to play bait and punish. And that's where we really see more the dynamic of, oh, we're getting yet another timeout with Pac-Man. But that's just optimal Pac-Man play. And that's more or less what we saw. Good combo play, though. Very, you know, I guess you could say diverse, very intricate. A projectile play coming in from ADR, and that's what we wanted to see. I didn't want to see more F smashers just get thrown out, and he just gets again punish after punish after punish off of those whiffs. And again, good adjustment. We are going to be moving on into game number 3 very soon, but I really don't know where to draw this one, because even with the little bit of the 2-stock lead, we did see what was MKL Rising still get into a little bit of a groove near the end. The score is 14-6, ladies and gentlemen. You can have Canisius slowly try to make their way back in if they can at least snag themselves a hard 3 points out of this one. But DePaul, if they win this one out, I'll essentially say it's wraps.
Yeah, I mean, it really might be. We'll see. We're running it back again. This time, this is Kalos, right?
Yes, sir. This is Kalos.
Yeah. We are back. We're running it back. We're on Kalos. We're ready to go. Both these players think that they could win this matchup, and I think you're absolutely right. ADR really in the first game, you know, it is the meme, but he was spamming the smash just a little bit too much. And obviously a great job of punishing by MKL Rising, but not making so many of those mistakes now. So we'll see if he can keep that going. We're back to the even game, and this is what I really love. So we're even back and forth. MKL Rising, and I think he likes this too. He wants it to be even when he's playing from behind. It seems like he kind of rushes things a little bit, and it's just a little bit more difficult for him to fight his way back. Nice little play there with the fire hydrant, getting a little bit of damage. Might be in kill range now, but ADR has to get close enough. He needs... Oh!
Did he just... Okay, I won't even say that it actually happened, but I think he may have just stunned himself. I don't really know if that was the animation of him getting stunned or the animation of the PK Thunder actually going down, but whatever it was, ADR is still alive from it and kicking, and he has the keys. He has the keys to success, and he's pulling it out in a very efficient way. He's going to be able to snag out yet another stock for DePaul, and well, we only saw really what was one successful ledge trap type moment for MKL Rising, but okay. MKL does take one back, evens things up 20% to 16%. This could go to the wayside at any second, though, here, Cool J.
My good man, I do believe that was a Poggers.
What? God, you're really hip with the kids, aren't you? God.
Oh man. Back.
What exactly was the Poggers moment in that game then?
Yes.
Yes. Awesome to hear. Thank you. GG's. Shake my hand. So again, we are moving on later on into our second stock. Just hard neutral coming in for both players. Yet another S smash, launching it out. Why not? Just pull it out. Okay? Do get the orange. Oh, I don't know if that up smash actually connects onto the upper platform, but yeah, both of these players, they are not exactly scared of one another, but they're certainly playing a lot more conservative than before.
Yeah, I don't like saying people are playing scared. There's definitely times where you can see people are playing scared, but they are really just respecting the strength of these characters, kind of going back and forth, respecting the range as well. ADR looking for the down air, kind of expecting MKL maybe to come up at him, but MKL not taking the bait. And I guess what I kind of see here, MKL Rising is kind of waiting for ADR to come to him, looking for an opening, and ADR is making it work. ADR, he's being the aggressor here. He's not waiting. He's trying to make something happen, and he's not really making the mistakes that he was making in game one. And it's been really tough now for MKL Rising because he needs those openings, and there aren't any.
Right, and it does. It does start to get a little bit more convoluted, especially because of the fact that, you know, later on a percent, you can't exactly confide in what is some, or at least some PK fire traps. But okay. Now that we're on to last stock, this starts to get real dicey. This is our first game 3 of this set, and F Smash is gonna be able to get a little bit more damage for MKL Rising. Pulling out the Thunder, a little bit of a PK fire, actually going to connect towards ledge. ADR going to be able to connect, has a couple of iframes to it too. Oh, the follow-up onto the directional air dodge, but it's going to be a back throw to finish it off for Canisius. And well, DePaul back to the drawing board, where they are going to lose out on a couple of points, but they still have a very strong lead.
I mean, MKL Rising, he made me eat my words. He figured out a way to make it work there in the waning moments of that match. You know, that was a really close one back and forth. Obviously, it was our first one to go to all 3 sets, but, you know, the biggest win was a 2-stock. ADR got the 2-stock in game 2, so just really close stuff back and forth. That was a very important win for Canisius College there, because now let's see. I mean, they're closer. It's still a very big lead for DePaul here. We're going to have to see in our last matchup, it's going to be Flapjack from Canisius facing off against Cookie from DePaul. We're really going to have to see Flapjack go hard and just dominate Cookie here if we want to see Canisius win this set.
Rightfully so. And again, I am going to kind of reserve, you know, any predictions that I have going forward. The scoreline at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, is 9-14. Canisius needs 5 points at least to try to push things into a tiebreaker. Either that, I'm trying to think of the stock score that they would have to take this in. This is totally possible. They would need at least a 1-stock and a 2-stock to try to get up that full 5 points in a BO3. But this could go totally to the wayside, if I'm being completely honest. DePaul, they are going to be playing up with a Game & Watch, if I'm not mistaken, from what I've seen from Cookie before, from what I have in terms of info for Cookie. And Game & Watch can just be that one character that can just grind you out towards the last stock. And if he can just keep getting trade after trade after trade, that's all he really needs. He can lose the set for all he cares. But it's the crew battle that really matters at this point, where we are heading into our 5th game of this set. And again, see Canisius go down early on would be a little bit of a disappointment for their team, especially coming in from season number 1. But DePaul University, what a way to start. All of their players still catching up points for their team, whether you're talking about, either maybe even a Swift 2-0 coming in earlier from A-Fly, but you have to give it to Akaro and Bobby. They really carried their team in terms of hard points, and even then you still had ADR still pull 2 at the very end or the very middle of their set just to try to push them even further. Those 2 points could be all the difference. And like I mentioned before, Cool J, it's going to be the last game that really matters when you start to talk about a game of inches.
Yeah, and I mean, the other thing here, mathematically, we need to see Flapjack not only winning this set, but also winning by at least 4 stocks to be able to actually win this match, because they're 5 points down. You'll get the 2 bonus points, obviously, from
actually, never mind.
Set.
Never mind. I was incorrect. I don't know if Chad has actually... Yeah, no, Chad didn't correct me, but I was incorrect. He does play Palutena a little bit. So Palutena, that changes my mindset a little bit about what could be this next matchup coming up.
Wait, who's the Palutena?
Cookie. I said that it was a Game & Watch, but it was totally incorrect.
Oh, okay. All right.
A little bit of a correction, but it's all good. Also has a couple of pockets, if I'm not mistaken, has a Pichu pocket and a Bayonetta pocket. So this could get interesting, Cool J.
Always good to have some flexibility in the picks there.
A little bit. We don't see too many changes mid-set. If I'm being completely if you're watching if you're seeing like a regular set in just a regular physical tournament, you're not going to see too many mid-set changes. That's why, seeing as many pockets as this person actually has, that's a lot of flexibility to try to cover up your matchups.
Yeah, it is indeed. So we'll see. We're still waiting just a little bit longer on these 2 guys. As we mentioned, this is it. This is the one that will decide our match. We'll have to see how things go. But, I mean, going through already, as you mentioned, it has been a really good set. Personally, I loved what I saw from Icaro and Bobby, especially from Bobby coming out and facing down KC, who we know has been one of the most dependable members of this Canisius squad. Really great for him to get the 2-0 both times, the 2 stock, and get the win for his team here in this crew battle.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit rough, but here's the thing. I mean, with teams that you don't exactly know what their dynamic is going to be like, and especially when you get just a random lineup, because you can't exactly pick and choose who's going to face up against who. So you could probably throw out literally like the best matchup that you could possibly have against the Rats, but even like they at this point with this formatting, you essentially blindly pick who goes in terms of order. And they do have their anchors coming up next with their game number 5. So we are still deciding what would be the maps, if I'm not mistaken. I think they are doing picks and bans, and they're just ready and raring to go. I was right about the Palutena, and we're actually going to be seeing Crom versus Palu to start things off. Flapjack stepping up to the plate for Canisius, and Cookie stepping up for DePaul.
Yeah, so Flapjack's on the Crom, Cookie on the Palutena, as you mentioned. And now this one's going to be interesting. Palutena also has a very strong Nair, so I'm going to be seeing a lot of that is my guess. Already seeing a couple of them early on. Ooh, but a nice little hit there from Crom. Looking for the openings here. Going back and forth, we'll have to see how this goes. Early on, it's really hard to say. We're obviously seeing some good damage from Flapjack early. Cookie's kind of struggling to find the openings so far.
Uh-oh. So Cookie trying to control neutral. He's trying to go for a little bit of a grab. I think down throw Nair, too high of a percent to actually try to catch on to, but again, just dominating stage at the moment is Flapjack going to go for the side B, and it's close enough to ledge to kill. First stock taken by Canisius.
Yeah, and very quickly as well, Cookie comes right back down, is able to hit almost the whole Nair that time, gets a nice little back throw, gonna come up, try and combo it in, but nice recovery here from Flapjack. He's trying to get back, but he can't get any damage. A perfect shield there.
Nice!
Oh!
Massive. So that up B almost always goes right above ledge, and Palutena just has an up smash that lingers a little bit below ledge. I'm not gonna say a little bit below, but it covers up and it lingers right at the point where Crom is just gonna run right into it. So Cookie, good stuff. It's going to be a pretty easy kill for him as we go into stock number 2.
Yeah, we're here in stock 2 and we're getting ready to go, but Cookie already has so much damage built up off him just from losing that first stock so early. Flapjack, I mean, this is a closer matchup. You know, it's pretty back and forth, but Flapjack, I would say, has been in control, and he continues to keep control. He's not able to deny the recovery there. Good play by Cookie to get back to the neutral state, and actually is able to force him off. How does he do that? I don't know.
Yeah. So that my young scholar Cool J is called Palu things. And we're just gonna keep moving on. And well, Cookie, now at 150, full raids too. Can do a whole lot of damage trying to connect in with a back air, but it's not going to work out. At this point, Cookie just trying to maintain distance. We do have a little bit of lag. Hate to see it, but it's still going to be the kill coming in for Flapjack, and it's going to even things off at last stock. Reminder, Canisius, they need at least 1-2 stock to really try to take this game, or to really just try to tie things up. And, well, if they can at least snag this one extra point for your team to try to take it within 4, not too bad. Neutral battle though. Cookie, couple of dash attacks, does connect for a little bit of damage, even lands it with an air looking in for the fair. There you go. Once again, yet another opportunity for Cookie, yet another up smash opportunity, but he is going to cling on to ledge. Dash attack for Cookie. These two are just fanning it out. Crom throwing out the sword, not really able to connect, finally connecting it with a down tilt train essentially. Just trying to read out what would have been that last roll, but doesn't actually get it out. Cookie stuck on the upper platform. The back air going to connect.
And there it is.
Oh.
There it is for Flapjack. And really, it was close. That was a close.
It was incredibly close. Yeah.
Yeah, but throughout that whole game, I never doubted Flapjack. I always felt like he was in control of that match.
Okay.
If I'm going to be totally honest, that's just how I feel. That's how I saw it. Now, great win from him.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. No, stellar W, especially off of what was that second stock.
Problem.
Taken away a little bit early, but Cool J, there's a problem.
Slight problem. He has to 3-stock Cookie here if Canisius
If they want to win. If they want to win.
He's got to 3-stock him. He's got to come out, dominate.
Yikes.
Now, I think Flapjack did a great job in that game 1. Do I think Flapjack has a 3-stock in his back pocket for this game 2? I don't know about that one, Chief. I don't know. What are you thinking here, Gus? I mean,
well, this matchup in itself, if we are going to see the Palutena get pulled out once again, I feel like it is possible. I feel like we could see the 3-stock, but reminder, we don't need to see the 3-stock. We don't need to. Definitely is, at least a 2-stock W. If it goes down to the last stock, it's done. It's dusted.
The moral victory.
Game's over. But you could still pull off a tie, and I don't really remember what our tiebreaker scenario actually is. We would have to talk to the admins and see what exactly we're going to try to pull off in terms of a tiebreaker, or if things just end up in a tie, just with our table in general, which would be a little bit shambolic, because I actually have enjoyed this crew battle very much so. But, I feel like Crom, he has that kind of edge to him where, of course, he can kill early. He's a heavy combo machine. He could space you out, at least with just literally throwing out his sword again and again and again, where you can't feasibly get a hold onto him. And that's kind of what we saw near that last stock, where it was literally just Flapjack just throwing out the sword, just making sure that he can't be within a very trusty range. Even that down tilt, even when they're down into neutral, down tilt is going to be a great opportunity for you to just try to get that kind of get the mix up, the roll read. And again, very, very trusty kill character. But going into game 2, I have no idea exactly what the composition is going to be like, because like I mentioned, Cookie does have a couple of pockets, and we could see it.
Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, is that something that maybe you'd expect to come out here? Do you think that he'll try and switch up the matchup, or do you think he's going to stick to that Palutena pick?
I would like to see it, if I'm being completely honest. Palutena.
You'd like to see him switch it up?
No, I would like to see him change it. Sorry. I would like to see him like keep on to the Palutena, because you could see at least the glimpses. You know, there were a couple of stocks where he took them purely because of, you know, Palutena's, you know, moveset in a sense, because you saw the lingering hitbox on the up smash for the stock 1 kill and then the stock 2 madness essentially. So
yeah.
You know, you could still have a lot of flexibility with Palutena. It's still very much a strong character. You can also get really trusty damage. Not exactly a trusty kill at the very end, but very much trusty damage with those nairs. And you could also kill with nair. You could kill with nair. It's a multifaceted tool, and well, at least now going forward, like I mentioned, he does have a couple of characters under his belt. Let me just get a little bit of a refresher. He does have a Pichu, which not the move I would like to say, at least in this matchup. He also does have a Bayo, not the best either. So really,
yeah,
Palu would just be the best option at this point, unless we see something crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. I think we just have to see him play the matchup a little bit better. Flapjack obviously is going to be hoping that he crushes.
Oh, the Bayo! We've seen it.
Okay.
We do see the adjustment. So the Bayonetta getting pulled out by Cookie, and well, we're heading into game 2, where again, if he can take 2 stocks, this crew battle is done for. This crew battle is done. But, well, DePaul, they've played an incredible crew battle thus far, but they just need one more step to actually take it, and potentially this Bayonetta pick could be the right one.
Yeah, coming out of the gates swinging as you would expect from this Bayonetta pick, looking to get all kinds of damage and fast. It was not working early, but now it's starting to work really big. Built himself a nice little lead here, and he's building it more and more, getting these combos over and over, consistently finding an opening. Oh, but great adjustment here. Oh, he tried to smash on the ledge there, but he wasn't quite able to connect. Flapjack trying to even things up. He's got to adjust to this new matchup very quickly, and it feels like he's got a little bit more comfort now, but he's just got to keep space, and he's just struggling so much. Bayonetta's so fast, easily able to get in and do damage, and he's just trying to keep him at arm's reach. He just can't do it right now. They're just playing keep away. They're running around the stage all over the place. Cookie will dive at him. Flapjack just jumps away.
Right. I like the attempts from Flapjack, trying to get a little bit of a shield poke early on. Not only that, but just keeping up the damage. Before, he was at a little bit of a disadvantage, but awkward platform. Yeah, no, awkward platform interaction, and the down air, actually. Because Flapjack ended up just jumping right into the platform, that awkward angle off the down air just ends up killing. So there you go. Cookie, 1 stock up. Could he again try to pull out a little bit more magic for his team? But oh my!
Well, I mean, this is it already. Canisius, they can't win. They can tie though.
No. They can still win. They could definitely still win if they can still get the 2 stock. The 2 stock win.
No, that's a tie. That's a tie.
Nope, that is a W. No, that is a tie. Sorry. They would need a 3 stock. Sorry. You were right. But no way!
Oh, no way!
That is how. Wait, no, it's not over. It's not over. We could still go to a game 3. I'm not gonna say it all. Again, I can't say it. But Bayo, the boot, the Tims. You'll love to see it. 2 stock lead now for Cookie. This was the right option. And there we go again, just covering up ledge. Yet another F smash. And again, you just do not see Flapjack getting in by any means. And there you go again.
No. Oh my goodness.
Back air knocking him out.
Almost a JV3. Almost. If he finishes it here. Oh, there we go. Okay, finally Flapjack getting back in this game. He's got the full rage.
Jesus. Massive, huge work done by Cookie.
Cookie coming out with a statement right there, pulling out the pocket Bayonetta. absolutely dominating game 2, secures the victory for DePaul.
Yep.
Now to game 3, we'll see by how. Well, actually, hold on.
Okay, no,
Yeah.
it's over.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
if that was a
secured the
one
victory.
stock, if that was a one stock win, that could have actually been possible. He still could have had yet another opportunity to try to get a 3 stock win at the very end. This is where the point system does start to get a little bit convoluted, but I'll try to break it down as quickly as possible. You had a 2 stock win, that's going to be 2 more points, so 14 up to 16. So we have 1 more game, and the most that you could take, of course, off of a singular game is 3 points. That puts it up to a 13. And if you win the set, that you add on 2 more, that's 15. The most that this team can get at this point is 15. This game, this crew battle is mathematically over, but this is an entire league, ladies and gentlemen. So any points that you could try to bring back for your team is absolutely crucial. And I mean, if anything, you keep it within 2 points, that's going to be nothing in comparison to what would be a couple of blowouts that we see in the season.
Whoa.
But what are we What are we watching? What is this matchup? No!
Kirby!
No way!
Oh, you guys can't see it, man. I'm repping the t-shirt. I got Kirby in the background. We got Flapjack on the Kirby.
Yo!
Forget everything else that happened today. Flapjack's my favorite player in all of EGF. Oh man, okay. I'm gonna be completely biased for this entire game. It doesn't even matter.
Dog. This matchup shambles. Like, it's just shambles. Kirby just gets knocked up, and he not only that, but he dies early. No. This can't happen, right, Cool J? It can't happen.
He's gonna 3-stock him.
Does he have a Kirby? I would probably need to ask, actually someone from Canisius if he actually does use this character. But dude, he almost died to the ladder.
No, Flapjack.
He's still alive. He's chilling. Would he be able to survive? No, he doesn't. And I think that was strong enough for him not to be able to tech. So he's just done for.
See, what you gotta do, Flapjack, I got the stretch. Just eat him up, then walk off stage. That's how you win.
There he goes. There he go. Oh, yes! No! No, he missed the Kirby cheese! No! The suck. No, okay, he actually got it.
That's basically a win right there.
I was gonna call it by the slang name, but I'll just call it the suck, You gave him the suck. But here we go.
Oh, man.
No! He's he tried to go for the suicide. Cookie, you need to think about the points. What is he doing?
These points matter, ladies and gentlemen.
These points actually matter.
The battle may be over, but these points will matter for this season. And Flapjack right now, he is going for the win. He is going to bring things back for Canisius right here. This is actually, there's a secret rule. If you win on Kirby,
no.
you get triple punch.
No. Let's not say that. Oh, okay. Forward throw. Not going to be able to get the fair. Again, that is a very much a bread and butter combo for Kirby, but couldn't exactly connect it. Cookie once again with the down air, but it is going to connect on the sour spot, trying to go for the SNC in a sense. For those who know, and he DIs right with upbeat. That is just unfortunate. DePaul is going to win the crew battle, and well, they're going to be able to extend 3 more points at the very end. The score being 19-10 at the very end of things. Oh my gosh.
No. Flapjack, you were so close. You were so close.
What a fun match.
Oh, man. Yeah, that was a fun one. I always, we love to see him come out having fun. That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's all about the game.
All about the game. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys just watched what is our first crew battle out of 4. We have Manhattan facing off against St. Peter's University coming up next in MAC conference action. But, of course, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys did enjoy this game, if you guys did enjoy the commentary between myself or Cool J, you can follow myself on Twitter at @upmind_. If you enjoy Cool J's commentary, you can follow him at CoolJTV, I think, or is it just at Cool J?
It is CoolJ_TV.
CoolJ_TV. So I was almost right. @CoolJ_TV. And ladies and gentlemen, if you guys want to keep up with everything EGF, you guys can go follow them on Twitter @OfficialEGF. And hell, if you guys want to follow the entire contest at this point, the entire competition, we have a second stream going on right now, produced by House of 3000. And that one is actually going to be hosting up University of Colorado against Mississippi State University right now. That crew battle is actually going on right now. They're actually in game 2 of that one. So you guys should go tune in. But of course, if you guys do want to wait for Manhattan versus St. Peter's, stay tuned. We'll be back in just a little bit.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to our EGF season. We've got more Smash Bros. Action coming at you live right here. It's going to be Manhattan College facing off against St. Peter's University. These guys are itching to get into the lobby. In fact, they already started before we got even out here. Luckily, we calmed them down a bit. We're going to be getting ready to get into that match. You'll notice I'm joined by a new face here. We've got Jay chillin'. How's it going today?
It is going great, Cool Jay. I'm excited to get into some exciting collegiate Super Smash Bros. Ultimate action. There is quite a lot on the line here, as well as obviously collegiate bragging rights, which, having been attending a top 10 university, I'm aware of the intense pride that lies within collegiate sports and esports. So I'm excited.
Yeah, and it should be a really fun one. Getting started here, we're going to be seeing Sam facing off against Ricardo for the first matchup. It'll be really interesting to see how this one goes. We're really excited. I believe this is actually going to be a Captain Falcon mirror, unless that was a lag test.
You know, could have been a debate. You never know.
We'll see, but if it is, I hope it is, because I'm excited for that one. As we've been saying all throughout this day, it's day one. This is the day you got to come out. You got to set the tone for your season. You've really got to play well. You've got to show us what you've got, what you're going to be bringing all year. Nobody wants to be playing catch up, So this is it. Day one, come out, hit some people in the mouth, get some big games going, and it'll be really fun.
Yeah, that's always an interesting, dynamic of what strategy to go for the approach. Obviously, so, there's the dynamic of, I'm going to come out swinging, get my points early, and sometimes you also want to keep what you got, keep your cards close to the table a little bit as well. So I'm excited to see what these two universities are going to bring, and especially if that involves the Falcon Ditto. So
yeah, definitely. So we'll have to see now going forward. We're just waiting on them now. I think maybe we got not sure what's going on. Yeah, it looks like they're just waiting on our go ahead. We should be getting into the lobby here shortly as we get ready to go here. Just toss something out there. You got a prediction here either way?
I think both colleges got what it takes for sure. I think, crew battles always have a really interesting dynamic because there's so much strategy involved. Normal competitive sets, you have, you just have your character and you have your best of 5, best of 3, whatever you got. But with the dynamic of having different people in your roster and different people lined up to take the stage, or metaphorical stage in this point, it introduces a whole other layer of strategy involved. Similarly to the point system I was talking about earlier, you never know whether you're putting your strong guys out first to get an early lead, but sure enough, Falcon Ditto is the how we're going here. A couple of whiff grabs, how we're going to start it, and I am excited to see who is going to hit these explosive Falcon plays.
Yeah, so here we go. These two guys already getting started. It is, of course, Ricardo in the blue. Ricardo is going to be representing St. Peter's, and then that's going to be Sam in the red representing Manhattan College.
Oh, big spike early.
Ricardo, yeah, big spike, as you mentioned. That's exactly the way he wants to start out. Come out, hit him in the mouth, like I said, knock him right off stage there. Early stock take between these two. This should be an explosive matchup.
Yeah, one of the really interesting, dynamics of crew battles specifically is that individual stocks matter so much more. Ultimately, in Smash as a whole, in a normal set, you lose the first stock or you lose an individual stock. Oh, big up smash to catch him dashing in, and now we got 2 stocks apiece as the crews are evened up. But yeah, those individual stocks matter so much more. Because if you finish a game with a 1 stock versus a 2 stock, that's just how much more ammunition you're giving to your teammates in the next match.
Yeah.
But pretty even here so far. They're both just kind of trading blows. It's a charge forward smash. He was dreaming big there, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, definitely. But already working his way back up the damage charts is Sam. He's really trying to keep this game very even there. And nice timing on the shield. A great little back air. Trying to ledge guard, but not quite able to get it done. Oh, Ricardo, not sure about that one. He is able to recover, but he puts himself in a bad spot.
Oh,
he's got the spike! Ricardo
big
from
spike.
off stage. Yeah, another big spike from him. Now a 2-1 stock lead. He does have a lot of damage on him, though. We could be seeing, especially with a high damage from Captain Falcon, really a kill shot could come out at any moment onto Ricardo here and even up the score again.
Yeah, that's where these individual stocks matter so much more. If Ricardo can hold on to this stock and get out of this game with 2 left, that's a huge lead because in the next game, he resets with 0% on that stock. So this is a close one. Oh, doesn't get both hits of up smash, and now scary stuff as he tries to get the attack cancel back air in there.
Oh.
But back air, and we are even stocks apiece. Even Stevens, if you will.
Yeah, well, not quite even Steven. A huge damage lead for Ricardo here. Sam trying to work his way back. We've seen him do it before, but he lost the first 2 stocks. Both times he was the first one to go down, so this time he's going to have to find a way to fight back and get that kill. Oh,
I love how they empty hopped in each other's face. You saw they were both, Falcon likes to do that kind of empty hop, see what the opponent's going to do. Oh, stop knee, but doesn't quite get that. The old melee classic coming in.
Oh, okay, Ricardo able to get back. Nice recovery there from Sam. Oh, now back and forth in a neutral state. Oh, we'll see. That's the dash attack there. Coming down. Oh, Ricardo. Big damage, but still no kill shots. Back and forth we go. Ricardo trying to juggle here. Sam trying to stay alive, trying to get back to a neutral. Look for an opening. Here we go. Let's see. Can we find it? Back and forth. Oh my goodness.
Up B on his shield is going to... They're both looking for those up Bs, trying to catch him on the platform. A dash is going to send him up the top. And game 1. Sealed and delivered.
Yeah, there it is. Ricardo beating Sam 1-0. St. Peter's. That's the start they're looking for, of course. For those of you who are just joining us, we're doing this in a crew battle format. That means we've got each team's bringing out 5 fighters, and they're going to be playing a best of 3 matchup 1 by 1, or I guess 2 by 2, as we go along through these squads. The TSM chants are in the chat. I believe those are the league fans. They have taken over.
They're taking over. I don't know how those TSM fans are feeling right now with their Worlds performance, but that's for another broadcast.
Yeah,
all right,
we'll leave that one. We'll leave that one alone. They've been getting punished enough.
They've gotten enough on Twitter, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, that was exciting. Falcon Dude is always exciting. Especially because I always love when they keep it close because that matchup has the potential to be a 3 stock on either side or go down to the last stock. If one person can get that single opening that can lead to those big explosive stocks, it can pretty much give a huge lead either way. I think that's maybe part of the character choice there, especially in a crew battle format where something like a 3 stock matters so much more. But I'm interested to see how they can hold on to that 1 stock of the Falcon against the 3 stocks of whatever the other opponent decides to bring up next. But yeah, an exciting game 1. I hope that tone continues throughout the rest of the crew battle.
Yeah, I hope so too. I feel like it was so close back and forth. It really could have gone either way, going all the way down to the wire. Ricardo just did enough to really eke out the victory there. Do you expect the mirror to return? Do you think Sam can kind of fight back, maybe take a game here in game 2?
Well, if I think it's possible. I think, with holding on to that 1 stock with the crew, it really depends on who they decide to send up next, but that we could see the Ditto return. You never know. Like maybe it's a all Falcon crew battle. But
now that would be fun. So it looks like St. Peter's going to be banning Lilat and Smashville here. And then we're going to see Manhattan choosing Final Destination.
That makes sense.
On those bans? Are those pretty straightforward?
I think, when you're going against a Falcon, you're trying to give yourself as much space as possible because Falcon wants to get in your face, get those, Nair startups or, read your whiffs and get the grabs. So perhaps getting those smaller stages out of the way to narrow down the field to something where perhaps they can get a counter pick going to make sure they get that 1 stock that'll be remaining. But it'll be interesting to see just if maybe Ricardo can hold on to that stock and extend the lead a little bit. That's the big thing with crew battles is when you're left down to that one stock, it's important for you to maintain that lead. So we'll see how they answer, but I'm excited. I think that was a good start. I always like to see them come down to the wire. You never know when you see whether these ones are going to go, all the stocks being erased by one person. And obviously the individual performances are always interesting to see as well, just especially when you're holding on to that one stock. All the pressure on Ricardo to maintain the lead, but obviously it's going to be tough.
Yeah, and so we are going to be seeing the mirror matchup coming out again as we get ready here for Game 2, this time on Final Destination. And we'll see. You laid it out for them. They know what they got to do. We'll see if they can make it happen here as we get going. Early on, the fighting back and forth, just kind of respecting the range, trying to see if they can find an opening. A little bit of mistake there goes unpunished for Sam. Ricardo currently kind of struggling to find the damage, even though the openings are there.
Yeah, it's obviously we saw them kind of just trade blows in the first match. A lot of it was just not there are many of those long strings that you can see from Captain Falcon. A lot of it was just those straight hits. Oh, but there's finally that up tilt. He was looking for that up tilt the entire time and was in that first game. Finally able to get it here in Game 2.
Yeah, finally was there, and that is actually the start that he was looking for. Ricardo has really just been struggling after putting up such a strong performance in Game 1. I'm really surprised. It really seems like a totally different player on both sides. Ricardo just not really putting up the fight.
Yeah, honestly, Samson kind of running away with it at this point. And this is the potential of Captain Falcon. This is kind of what the character can do. And if you don't get that trade of that initial early stock, you can kind of just get washed, and we're almost seeing that. But still, Ricardo has a chance to bring that back. All it takes is one big hit. Falcon kick not quite going to do it. Getting a little stale at this point. Oh, goes for it right on the stage, but doesn't get punished. Once again, 3 times the charm as he was ready for that to seal that stock, and finally it does.
Yeah, so here we go. I mean, so much damage on Ricardo, but at least he's evened up the stocks. If he can find some damage here before going down, or even take an entire stock and get the lead. Now we're seeing Ricardo. He's found his groove. He's getting back into this match. Ooh, Jasper almost kills him there, just barely. There must have been some, I feel like that was a kill shot, potentially. Ricardo able to launch. Oh! No landing for you, Sam. Ricardo just takes him down, and this is what I was talking about. He flips the stocks around. He's still high damage, but now he has the rage mode, and he's ready to go. See, is he actually going to 2-stock this? He just keeps getting damage onto Sam right now.
Oh, big forward smash, too, and it's getting kind of close. What a way to bring it back. But there we go, evening up back onto the last stock situation that we saw in Game 1. Okay, gets the big down air into the knee, and that's going to seal it as Ricardo comes back from that deficit and able to take Game 2.
Oh, great play from Ricardo there. Honestly, just really incredible stuff right there. And there it is. He really did start out slow, but he was able to bring it on back, getting another point for his team. Actually, since he won the set, getting 4 points here for his team, St. Peter's University. That is the start that they were hoping for here on day 1.
Yeah, big points, big start, especially after it looked like, Sam was starting to bring it back a little bit. Kind of coming out with the electricity in the at the start of Game 2, but it was impressive. That big stomp knee to seal it out. A bread and butter, exactly what you want to see from a Captain Falcon, that explosive back and forth dynamic, that's what you're looking for, and that's what I think they were intending with that mirror. So really good to see as 4 points does go to Ricardo and his university. So impressive stuff.
Yeah, definitely impressive stuff. Coming up next for these two teams, Riza Luca from Manhattan College facing off against Cuffy from St. Peter's. We'll have to see if these guys can make something happen going forward. Obviously, St. Peter's, they started off well, but 4-stock lead really isn't that great. Definitely Manhattan still in this game. Nothing dominant. I mean, last game we saw Icaro come out in 3-stock early on, got a ton of points for his team, and it really just became an insurmountable lead over what was really a kind of close back and forth series between DePaul and Canisius, outside of that one series. So we'll see if maybe later on in this crew battle we'll see a very dominant performance that puts one team ahead. But for now, I think this is really anyone's game still.
Oh, for sure. You know, with all the matches we got left, I think there's plenty of opportunity to bring back those points and get these points up for the season. And really interesting, you know, I wonder the strategies that these two universities are going to employ. You know, starting out with the Falcon Ditto, not sure if that was planned or there's two genuine Falcon mains that happen to run into each other. But you know, there's plenty of opportunities for different matchups, and you know, you never know, you know, when they're sending out the big guns and when they're trying to hold their cards a little bit. So, game 2, you know, now maybe now that Manhattan's down a little bit, they might try to get some momentum back by maybe sending in one of their top players, or perhaps just trying to hold that to the end. So, really interesting to see. Either way, I think we're going to get an exciting match.
Yeah, and we'll have to see. The first ban did come out for the side of Manhattan College. So, of course, Rise of Luca, he looked to ban Town and City. And then we see St. Peter's are going to ban Smashville and Final Destination. I mean, read anything off of these bans early on?
It seems pretty standard. We could be going to the old PS2 start. That is
PS2 start is pretty standard, yeah.
Yeah, PS2 could be where we're going with that. Perhaps maybe looking for you know, maybe just trying to get there without doing the old gentleman's. You never know. Obviously PS2 is a little more favored to the zoner characters and some of those spacing strategies, but obviously it's just a kind of balanced stage that a lot of people are comfortable on, just from how often we see it in Smash Ultimate. So, you know, obviously I always preach that the stages ultimately in an Ultimate, to be redundant, are they have their advantages and they have their differences, but really at a certain level, comfort is the biggest factor. And you want to go to a stage. Some people, I think there's a mistake that some players make, where they try to go for the counter pick too much instead of focusing on their comfort picks. And here, sure enough, on PS2, as we got DDD versus Pit. Not a matchup you see every day, but ain't that the beauty of a game with 70 characters?
Yeah, and here we go. I mean, both of these characters. Wow, I don't really even know what to expect for this. I guess I'm kind of favoring King DDD, but I feel like this may be a skill matchup.
Pit, honestly, I would say with the recent buffs he received in the most recent patch, I think
a better pick.
Probably has the edge, at least in this matchup. But DDD is one of those characters that is semi-popular, but sometimes if you're not super familiar with the matchup, you can get caught in some of the jank. I mean, he has the feel of a heavy, but some of those moves just come out a little faster than you might expect.
Yeah.
Like the Nair, Nair to up tilt. Nair has so low cooldown that it sets up into so many things you just would not expect. And see, look at that trade. That Nair went so fast. They are gonna take it as the DDD takes the lead early.
Yeah, more than a trade right there. Cuffy getting the first kill here on the Rise of Luca on the first stock. Rise of Luca, you know, maybe trying out the Pit after the buffs, or you know, maybe this is a pick that he's been on for a while. We'll have to see over the course of this season how these two players, how their, you know, preferences are. But so far, Cuffy is really winning this one pretty handily.
Just timed him up. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the early kill pressure too is so strong, especially against Pit, such a light pick. So much easier to launch him, and this one's looking bad, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see. I mean, right now it seems like Rise of Luca can't even get in for a hit.
Yeah, Rise of Luca just not playing super well around the Gordo, and it's giving huge percent to DDD, which you just do not want. Obviously, he can kill you pretty early, going way off stage, another big strength. And ultimately, what Rise of Luca is going to look to do here is he's got to get those openings that Pit is so familiar with, and some of these longer strengths with the fair, the multi-hit in air, and all these multi-hits you got to carry the DDD across the stage if you want any chance. But this is looking kind of like curtains. Still 3 stocks to 1, 102% on Ryzaluka, and tries to 2-frame him with the dash attack, but unable to.
Oh man, and Cuffy's so much damage, but it doesn't matter. Cuffy with our second 3-stock of the day, bringing out the King DDD and showing Ryzaluka how it's done. St. Peter's, after a pretty close fight, but Ricardo's still winning there in game 1. Now here in our second set, oh man.
Yeah,
Cuffy.
that was a bit of a dismantling, honestly. I mean, it just kind of looked like Ryzaluka was not ready for the DDD. Not ready for some of those earlier kills. I mean, especially that second stock where he died so early from the double reflected Gordo, and that's just one of the dangers. I mean, it seemed like after that he was too scared to use that reflector that can be Pitt's kind of advantage in this matchup against those Gordos. But ultimately, also Puffy just playing really well off stage. Understanding that he's got all the time in the world with all 4 or 5 of the jumps he's got to just see where the Pit's going to recover and throw out one of those big aerial hitboxes. I think he got 2 stocks with fair just from reading the jumps and reading the recovery from Ryzaluka. So good stuff, and hopefully Ryzaluka can figure something out here for game 2, because that looked kind of uneven.
Yeah, I would say kind of uneven. A bit of an understatement. I think you're right. I really feel like after he got killed so early, he was just so scared. He didn't want to, get hit. And Cuffy was so high damage. Every time he got hit with the rage buff, it was hitting even harder than usual. He really needed to get in there and get a stock off Cuffy, at least reset the matchup. But he was just, so afraid of that damage. And that's what happens when you're playing scared. You really got to be confident in these matchups.
Yeah, but like a character like DDD that hits so hard and is surprisingly quick with certain moves. If he gets the train rolling, he can build out the percent so quickly and take such early stocks. You just have to play. You got to play patient but smart with against the DDD. You got to play around the Gordo really well, and understand that DDD can change the angles at which he throws it, and at which it lands, and understanding where that's going to go, timing it up, maybe throwing some parries. I like to see some parries out of as a Ryzaluka maybe to get rid of that Gordo. However, obviously we are playing online, and the timing is a little bit more difficult, especially depending on how well the connection is between the two. But ultimately I think the biggest thing for Ryzaluka in that game 2 is, one, try to mix up the recovery, try to play around, maybe do some counter. Obviously Pitt's got those big multi-hit fairs and Nair that you can maybe use as a weapon off stage to get the DDD off of you, but you gotta play around the range of the hammer as well. Now we're seeing a character switch into the nest, maybe a little more comfortable with the nest in this matchup, and already looking decent. Getting the PK fire into grab, the classic, but already getting hit with the Gordo. He's gonna need to play a better around that if he's gonna want to even the setup.
Yeah, so we're back into this matchup. We picked Battlefield this time around, and we're on the nest. The stage change and the character change, and already we see a very different Ryzaluka here, looking very confident, feels much better in this matchup. Maybe just didn't have a lot of practice in the Pit versus DDD matchup, which, I mean, you mentioned DDD, a rare pick. Pit just got buffed as well, so definitely not a matchup that, you would expect him to have a lot of practice with. But even still, the DDD matchup is starting to find more. Oh my goodness!
Yeah, really good Gordo placement, just kind of covering everything on that ledge, not giving Ryzaluka any opportunity to recover or get off. And he's gonna need a tech here. Gets the tech, but able to get back. That was scary stuff. Yeah, he's definitely gonna, one of the other things about DDD is, while some of the moves might be fast, his movement is not, and a lot of these moves do have a lot of high cooldown. So if you're going to play the nest, you've got to get these long strings that nest is so accounted for. And you got to hit those punishes as well. See, right there off stage, trying to look for something, but not able to find it as a fair finds it.
Man.
And will we see Cuffy lose a stock? That
Cuffy
is the question.
DDD. What is he doing? He's a madman.
Honestly, just defacing the Ryzaluka here on 2 different characters. Ryzaluka's got to get a stock just to get the mind out of the gutter.
Oh man, I mean, this is just such utter domination. It'll be so hard for Manhattan College to come back. If Ryzaluka can't find something here, he's finally starting to get some damage. Oh my goodness, it just keeps going. It feels like every time Cuffy does something, he's just reading Ryzaluka's mind.
Got him off stage again now, trying to push the goal. Just great coverage. Super good awareness of where the opponent can go, but gets him back on the recovery in another 3 stock. Wow.
Wow. All right. So Cuffy coming out with the 6-0.
Yeah, that was pretty brutal. I will say. I mean, on 2 different characters as well. Definitely showing the prowess of St. Peter's College, and now a huge point lead. Honestly, they are pretty far up at this point. So Manhattan's gonna need to throw something into the ring that's gonna get some lighter fire under their butts, get some energy going in one of these games. We saw a little bit of energy that second game of the Falcon Mirror. I mean, that was the most energy we'd seen one of their players have with that lead, but then losing that lead may have maybe deflated them a little bit, but they got to rev it right back up to get back into this crew battle.
Yeah, definitely could have deflated their energy a bit there. I mean, there's got to be some kind of explanation for just completely fall apart. Now St. Peter's has a huge lead, 12-0 after just 2 matches. Keep in mind, Canisius, they played a very good game in game 1. They scored 10 points the whole game. And already St. Peter's on 12. Absolutely incredible stuff. Coming up in game 3, we're going to have Sansmamen from Manhattan College. I'm probably saying that wrong. Facing off against Azumi from St. Peter's University. And, I mean, if things keep going as continued, I'm going to see some great things from Azumi, because this St. Peter's squad, they seem like up and down, absolutely incredible stuff.
Yeah, honestly, they St. Peter's definitely has shown the strength of their crew so far. Hopefully Manhattan can get some points on the board. If anything, maybe take a game. Hopefully take a set. Start to crawl back from this deficit. But yeah, right now in total control is St. Peter's. Be interested to see, that second match seems so much more one-sided than the first. I wonder just the tier of St. Peter's different players. Do they got even more electric players than what we saw out of that DDD? I mean, if they've got players like sitting in the tank, they might not only for today but for this season they could be a tough contender.
Yeah. I mean, it's day 1. We'll have to see. We'll have to wait and see how things go throughout the season. But so far, St. Peter's absolutely looking like a team to look out for. We'll have to see if Manhattan can turn it around. It is a long series. We've got more duels left to go than the ones we've already played. So anything can happen here. But, man, great stuff. Manhattan, they banned PS2 here. Now that's interesting. They don't want to start on that classic standard pick. I'm wondering who is bad on PS2? Why would they want to avoid that?
So what I'm guessing, if they're banning PS2, it's either just a personal preference or they're playing maybe a rushdown, maybe brawler character, trying to avoid just getting walled out by a projectile-based zoner character. PS2, like I said, it is fairly balanced, but still does give advantage because of the more distanced characters, just because of the long stage and the couple of platforms that you can retreat to. But maybe trying to force a closer interaction. Could see another Falcon, who knows? Maybe something like a DK or something that maybe does not do as well in those zoner matchups. That would be my biggest guess with the PS2 ban, because honestly, you don't see that too much. I competed in Smash Ultimate at my local level quite a bit, and 90% of my matches, I just said, "Hey, want to go to PS2?" Keep in mind, I do play Young Link, so it's just a really good stage for me. But genuinely, I was just comfortable on that stage. I'd played the most on that stage, and I felt like other people were too. And it's not like I was winning that much. I mean, I certainly wasn't using that advantage as well as I probably could have. But all the same, a lot of people just don't like it. A lot of people believe that the kind of generally accepted stage list for Ultimate does overall favor those zoner characters because you have stages like PS2, which is longer, Kalos Pokemon League, which is longer, Town and City, another very long stage. Definitely on as far as the balanced stages that are pretty fair for tournament play, a lot of them are on the longer side. But now we have the introduction of Small Battlefield, I'm not particularly positive of the stage list for this set, but I know that Small Battlefield did kind of mix up a little bit. Smashville, yeah, definitely an understandable pick. I would expect to see out of Manhattan College maybe a more rushdown character, but some people it could just be for preference. But I'd be interested to see. I just want to see Manhattan College come back with some vengeance. Come back with some vigor. Get into that swing as they maybe get some points on the board. But honestly, St. Peter's, it looks like they've got a deep roster so far, and be interesting to see what they're going to bring out next.
Yeah, we really need to see some energy from this Manhattan squad because so far they've just, Sam and Ricardo, we saw some energy from Sam. Ricardo found the ways to win, but Sam was in it,
Right.
Luca, he had a tough time. So we're going to need Sansmaman coming out here. He's going to need to make something happen here against Azumi. So we'll see if we can do it here. Let's see. It looks like we're just waiting for our players to get in the lobby.
Yeah, Azumi, hopefully a reference to Azumi Curtis in Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. If so, if the caliber of play matches the type of skill of Azumi Curtis, then St. Peter's could have another heavy hitter coming their way. But Samsung, I don't want to say that incorrectly, but maybe he's the sleeper, maybe they're the sleeper. You never know. At this point, I feel like if you're down this far, you're gonna want to put in maybe not your best player, but maybe your best player, because you don't want to lose 3 sets in a row and be in such a huge point deficit that you're deflated for the rest. If you want to build some momentum from here, I'd say you throw out your heavy hitter, you throw out your number 1 player, get a win on the board. And I think especially after such a tough loss in that previous set, I'd like to see what the Manhattan College can do from here on out.
We'll see. Yeah, it looks like we are going to be waiting on Azumi. Maybe it's just having some connection issues. So I think what we're going to do is go to a quick break here while we wait and see if he can get into lobby, and we'll get ready to go. We should be back in just a few minutes. If you've been here for the epic Smash action, don't go away because Manhattan College and St. Peter's are coming right back. Fox and... Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the EGFC season. It's Super Smash Bros. Coming at you live. We've got still the same two teams. It's going to be Manhattan College facing off against St. Peter's University. And it's going to be this time Azumi starting against Sans Mamen. Azumi from St. Peter's and Sans Mamen from Manhattan College. And I thought we were ready to go in the game, but I'm not sure what happened here. So let me take a look here. In the meantime, did we get a look at our map? I believe we were going to be our stage.
Yeah, heading to Smashville. It seemed like we were working out some technical issues, as
Gotcha.
You might encounter with the online format. We do what we can, obviously, but yeah, it'd be interesting to see just what the answer is here for Manhattan College. And looking like Hero versus Fox. Interesting matchup. We're gonna see the Hero. Ooh, getting a little bit of stuttering so far. Looking a little better now, but
yeah. Well, I mean, this is what you sometimes have to deal with. I mean, I don't know if it's like this for them, but on my end, it looks like a whole lot of lag right now.
Yeah, obviously one of the barriers of Smash Ultimate Online. Looks like they're maybe just waiting out some of the laggier spurts, seeing if looks like it's getting a little better now, as we're coming in real hot with a little match on Smashville. Now, this would make sense for the bans, as Fox is definitely someone who wants to get in very quick and very aggressively with that. Such a good nair, and for things like nair to up smash, nair to literally pick a move, like nair to forward tilt we saw there. Spacing out right now, just trying not to get hit with some of the pretty silly jank that Hero has in the in the tank. So we're doing decently well so far. A little down in percent is the Manhattan College player, but grabs him right out of the heel, punishing the down B. Really good punish from that. Yeah. Got the percent, but then able to take it right back with a grab and a couple of pummels.
Oh, I see. Yeah, actually, I do have to correct here. I'm not sure if anybody noticed this. Azumi is actually on the wrong side. So Azumi is playing the Fox, and Sans Mamen is playing the Hero here. So they're slightly flipped just for the team names, but that's okay. We all know who it is, and Sans Mamen strikes first. So this is what we were talking about. Manhattan College struggling so far so much through those first two sets. Now we needed them to come out strong, and Sans Mamen gets the first stock, but Azumi fights back, doesn't even take any damage before getting a stock back. Now we're all evened up in the neutral stage, and of course Hero, a little bit of the RNG action, trying to get the good spells that really help him. And nice little combo there from Azumi. Azumi putting down so much damage here right now, showing the strength of this St. Peter's squad is continuing on down through this roster.
Yeah, that was a big swing in momentum for sure, as it looked like finally Manhattan College might get an early lead and stick with it, but sure enough, Azumi able to bring it back with the high damage output that Fox can give. Just kind of pushing, holding W, getting those nairs, getting those grabs. Oh, just misses the timing on the tech in place to punish with the up smash. But now, maybe an opening here. Throws him off stage, looking for a good spell, gets the psych up. One big hit could really swing the feel of this match so far, but gotta get that big hit, gotta get that opening. Yeah. Unfortunately, Hero just a character that struggles to contest with the speed of Fox.
Yeah, I mean, that's really what we're seeing, just so much speed.
Well, that was so smart from Azumi as well, knowing that the Hero was low on mana and just went out there, edgeguarded with the nair to interrupt the recovery, and then from there just fell to death. It was a really smart edgeguard, and now Azumi with this decent lead, trying to get some extra credit on this stock.
Yeah, really. I mean, needs to finish off this stock quickly. Azumi is on high damage, but the more damage he racks up, the easier it will be for Azumi to finish off this game. He might actually get his 2 stock. He's getting a nice combo there. Now he's looking for the skill that he wants. Goes for the
holding the shine, and he just gets it. Oh my goodness. The funny part was he threatened it for a second. He held the shine up as just like a, hey, go ahead and throw that kaboom at me. And then he dropped it and immediately brought it back up as the reflected kaboom going to do a lot of knockback. As once again, we see St. Peter's College take the lead. Man.
Yeah, St. Peter's absolutely in control of this match. A 2-stock victory there for Azumi over Sans Mammon. And man, this one is rough so far for Manhattan College. Not the start to the season that they were looking for.
Yeah, unfortunately, running into a couple of interesting matchups. I think Fox against Hero, Fox just you can basically eliminate the ability for Hero to sit back and look for the spells, look for the good spells, because by the time you hit down B, unless you've got those super tight reaction times, by the time you open your spell book and you're looking for what you need, Fox is in your face with a grab, a nair, a jab, any of those, or even an up smash to seal a stock. So definitely, Sans Mammon's gonna have to turn up the gas a little bit. Pick up the pace, try to throw out things a little bit faster. Maybe use the side B a little more effectively. It seemed like the side B was really what helped them get that first stock. But after that, just getting punished for using the spells over and over again. Maybe some jabs to, for Fox is such good, both combination of a fast ground speed and really good frame data in terms of the nair and what you can get off of it. You cannot afford to sit back and expect a Fox to give you the time you need to set up what you're looking for. You got to go the pace. That's really what Sans Mammon's going to have to do.
Yeah, I agree. It is just a tough matchup to play into because you really need that time and that spacing to be able to get the setups that you're looking for. And Fox, it's like you said, he's not interested in that. Wait, no, all I know is speed.
Exactly.
I mean, he goes in for the big hitters. So we are seeing the bands coming out. St. Peter's are going to be in Battlefield and Town and City. All right. Yeah, I mean, that kind of makes sense into what we're talking about. You want to give them as little space as possible. They're going to pick Kalos on Manhattan's side. Do you think that he's going to stick to the hero pick, or do you think he's going to try and switch things up here?
With the Kalos pick, it would make sense if he would stay with the hero. Kalos is a long stage with those two platforms kind of overlapping the edge of the stage. Maybe looking at another zoner character potentially, but obviously the hero had some sauce, had the ability to take that first stock, just kind of got pushed in. The Sonic pick, this makes a little more sense with the Kalos pick, as now we're going to get two characters running at each other's faces. And interesting to see how Sans Mammon can respond with the Sonic.
Yeah, this one's definitely going to be interesting. Azumi already showed himself to be very well practiced on this Fox pick. Sonic definitely an unorthodox pick to say the least. We'll see if he can make something happen here. Right now just seems content to run around the stage. Looking for some hits.
Sonic's actually been a very popular character within the online scene just because, it's already a character that can kind of run you down and hold W offline, but once you introduce some of the complications of online in terms of more lag and harder to react to certain things, Sonic has some moves that are already hard to react to offline, and when you introduce the additional buffer of online, it's really hard to kind of understand what he's going to do. And already you can see him kind of using the space of Kalos to wait in the corner, kind of make Fox make a mistake in coming in. And we're seeing the early lead here from Sans Mammon on the Sonic. Oh, just barely misses that forward smash to punish the future get-up.
Yeah, well, I mean, already, this is a much closer match here. Sans Mammon coming out and really trying to make this even. Actually had a bit of a lead here up until recently. Azumi got a nice little combo to try and even up the damage. Now we're coming in. Oh, Azumi, he's looking for the kill. He's got him off stage. He's going to be able to recover there. Gonna try and run around, get some damage onto him. Okay, a nice little dash attack. Azumi able to land, no problem there, no juggling this time. Oh, and the kill shot.
Just missed the homing attack there and was able to punish with a swift forward smash. And that's the thing that's going to be the difference maker in this matchup. Is you're going to see Sonic get the hits. You're going to see him get the chip damage. Get those neutral openings. But what Fox strives in are the setups to get the kills. And Sonic struggles with that a little bit more in terms of sealing out those percents, sealing out those stocks. Gonna need to get something going here. Look, trying to just get a forward smash, but a little bit of fishing it looks like, as Azumi is going to run all over that. I would not be surprised to see this lead build up a little more for Azumi, as it definitely seems like Tansmaman is struggling to seal out this stock.
Yeah, I mean, he's able to get in here and there to get some damage, but just like you said, you've got to get the kill shot. I mean, I know that Sonic kind of struggles with these kills from time to time, but that's really the only way you're going to get back into this game. The only reason to take the pick, is if you're trying to stall out, or if you need to go for the win somehow. You've already lost the stock, so you've got to even things out. He's able to get some damage, but really not threatening at all.
Yeah, you see him trying to read the recovery of Fox, but Azumi doing a good job to mix it up. Not, obviously Fox with kind of linear options for recovery. Either have the illusion. Oh, great nair to up smash there, and now we're seeing a big lead as still Tansmaman cannot get that final hit.
Yeah, and Azumi has almost full rage now too, so going to be dealing even more damage, making it even more difficult. Tansmaman might just get 3 stock here if he can't find an opening soon. I imagine, at such high damage, he's got to have some kill opportunities. Goes for the back throw, but still doesn't find the kill. Azumi goes for the reflect, is able to safely recover as well, and this is what you're talking about. Finding ways to switch things up make it so hard to predict what he's going to do. And of course, it's so hard to react as well, as we mentioned, because of that online environment. And Azumi right now, just complete domination, racking up the damage onto Tansmaman. He wants to win this one, and he wants it to be perfect.
Oh, there gets the drag down smash. Yeah, now finally on the board with the stock. Kind of a giant mountain to climb here, as Azumi seems all too comfortable taking these stocks and only needs a couple more hits to get to that juicy nair up smash range. And Sonic, not the heaviest character either, so can die fairly early to that setup. And you can already see Azumi looking for it, setting up those nairs, trying to get that hit. But okay, a little bit of damage here, as maybe we'll see a comeback, but not looking great.
Yeah, definitely not looking great now. Just so much damage built onto this Sonic already. Azumi, we've seen he knows how to finish off these stocks as well. Tansmaman, unless he can figure something out in terms of finding a kill shot, it looks like right now he's just trying to stall things out. But, even if we time out, he's still at a stock deficit.
Yeah, definitely not. Looking for the timeout would not be a good strategy here, just because you're so far behind. Oh, good tech there. That gets the up B. Can he get something off of it? And not able to. He can't time up the forward smash either, as this is just looking more and more impossible for the Tansmaman. But yeah, Sonic, Sonic has the potential for early kills off stage. Oh, the up air gonna do it. And now another 2-0 coming from St. Peter's, as Manhattan College just cannot get on the board.
Yeah, St. Peter's University, 18 points already in this game. They had 1-0, 1-0, 3-0, 3-0, and 2-0, 2-0. I thought Azumi was going to get a 3 stock there, but incredible, strong, consistent performance from this team, top to bottom. We've only got 2 matches left, and honestly, this one might already be over.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. I think just mathematically, even if Manhattan College was able to 3 stock the next 2 sets on both games, it still might be impossible for them to make up the points.
It is. It'd be 18-16. So,
but maybe just try. Obviously at this point, you're thinking about the rest of the season. You're trying to get trying to get some points on the board to go down with some dignity. So I like to see what Manhattan College has got left in the tank at this point. Ultimately, what you want to do, you want to have fun. You want to. You're playing the game to have fun. You're competing, obviously, but you want to go out there and have fun. And obviously winning is always more fun. I will say it, but you know, you want to play the game, you want to have a good time, and that's what they should be focusing on at this point. You know, collegiate competition. There's always, you know, coming from an SEC school, I'm more than aware of how, you know, brutal SEC or like rivalries in college can be. You know, and anywhere in the country, not just exclusive to the, you know, the Power 5 or whatever you want to call it.
The biggest one in the country is the game. Ohio State, Michigan. Nothing gets bigger than that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that there's obviously these collegiate rivalries they feel like so monumental, but ultimately what you gotta do at the end of the game, you gotta have fun. You gotta realize, hey, I'm just playing a game against a fellow student and a fellow competitor, and you know that's the priority at the end of the day. As hopefully Manhattan College can come out with some force in these next two sets, and you know, finish strong. Ultimately, you know, obviously you gotten kind of bopped around for these last two matches, but finish strong is always the best thing to do. And I'd like to see what they've got for the rest of these matches they've got today.
Yeah, for this next one, we're going to see Hammer from Manhattan College going up against Ramen from St. Peter's University. You know, in matches like this, I really look for that competitive fire. You know, I want to see, you know, backs against the wall, you've been getting beat up. Can you make something happen? Can you come out here, show some heart, show some strength? You know, and that's the thing about the crew battles. Even though St. Peter's crew, they've already shown they're better, Manhattan, they still have a chance to punch back, show that it's not just a one-sided affair here. So we'll have to see how it goes as we go into it. It looks like Manhattan College are going to be banning Battlefield. St. Peter's bans Town and City and Smashville, and then we go to Final Destination. Right now, we're just waiting on Ramen to get into the lobby. It looks like he's working on that right now. So as for those stage picks, what are you thinking about those?
Seems pretty standard. I mean, obviously, getting rid of some of those bigger stages, and at the end, I think they had the option to go either PS2 or Final Destination. Opting for Final Destination over PS2. It's a little smaller. Maybe a character that, you know, struggles to get down or struggles to get out of the air or does well juggling in the air could be the advantage. Interesting thing, you know, about these two schools in the region they come from, you know, that what we consider that region in Smash to be what we call tri-state. You know, you got that region up kind of not quite New England, kind of around New England, those, you know, Maryland, New York, New Jersey area, a very strong region in Smash, and we're seeing just the depth that we have. We're going to see Terry and Robin. This will be interesting for sure.
Yeah, so it is Ramen on the Robin pick, and then it's going to be Hammer on the Terry. Oh my goodness, and Robin already racking up incredible damage right now. Wow.
Yeah, this is going to be this is going to be a similar matchup where we're going to see Terry get kind of bopped around for a bit, but if Terry gets that crucial opening, you know, especially with that, you know, go mechanic, it's there, we see it right there. Big hits after 100%. Terry has the potential for some huge hits and huge early stock ending moves. So what Robin's really going to want to do is once you get Terry to that percent, you've got to finish the job. It gets him off stage now. Gonna look for another jump there on the. Oh, just doesn't quite get the recovery. And Ramen with the early lead so far.
Yeah, and I mean, just when you think you've seen enough from St. Peter's, they just keep getting better and better. Ramen right now putting in work. Now we do see Hammer getting a nice little combo, working his way back in there, trying to get some damage out, trying to take this stock back, even up the score if we can. There's a nice recovery from Ramen now. Both of them back and forth. Oh, and there it is. Just a simple punch, as we said. Getting them, I would say early stock, but 90% pretty low.
Yeah, getting back into it. I think that's the big thing is you lose your stock after an early lead, or getting that. Or rather getting kind of bopped in that first stock, able to get that stock back and build a lead of your own. As we're seeing some of these bread and butters, you know, the jab from Terry, it leads to so much. You know, you can mix up exactly what you're going to do with it. The jab power dunk is the meme about the character, but we have not seen too much jab power dunk at this point. You know, maybe trying to save that in the pocket, trying to mix up exactly what Ramen thinks he's going to do. But all right, now a grab here, as it'll be scary for Terry off stage.
Scary Terry.
Oh, big forward smash, and that's not what you want to see if you're Hammer. You do so well to get back into that game just to get hit with a big old forward smash, empowered forward smash from the Ramen.
I mean, he's so close. So close. Ramen is at kill range. I mean, so many moves from this Terry pick will just take this stock. But he just can't even get in. Ramen is just relentless right now. And there it is. There's the combo that Hammer was needing. But look, 60% down here on the last stock. Is he going to be able to fight his way back? We saw him do incredibly well on that second stock, as you mentioned. Now we're going into it, but so much damage. Ramen still hasn't taken any. Still has a JV2 stock, and I cast her curse that he took some damage right there to ruin that opportunity. Now we got the go button, but Ramen not looking to let him land here. Looking to get big damage on this juggle. Not going to find the kill blow, but 150%. It's going to have to be perfect from Hammer here if he wants to get the win. He's starting it off well, though. A nice little combo. Forces Ramen off stage. Oh, doesn't get the predict.
Oh, no.
Taken down.
Yeah, just a little 1-2 jab finisher from Ramen. As it was just, you saw there towards the end of that, second stock, or that final stock for Terry, that Ramen just was understanding that Terry not the best at recovering, especially when Terry is that far up in the air. You're very limited on ways you can come down, especially on FD. FD, you got no platforms to go to, so you're either going to the stage or the ledge. That's the only two. So it's with Ramen being a character that has so many ways to kind of guard the edge and set up projectiles or hitboxes around the ledge. All they had to do was merely just throw him out there, react to where Terry is going. Also a character with pretty low aerial mobility, and finish it off from there. And you saw that lead widened so much after that big forward smash we saw from Ramen. But definitely some life. There's some life here for Manhattan College. Now the Terry definitely has what it takes to take this set, but he's got to find those crucial openings. Got to hit your punishes. I saw a couple of things in that last talk too, where maybe not the best choices off of punishes from Hammer, but definitely has what it takes to take it over Ramen. You just gotta execute, really.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? You really hate to see someone lose the way that he did there in that last stock. But I love the confidence from him to go for that predict, sitting there on the ledge, try and get the predict grab, and he just, he gets wrong. It happens, but going for that kind of play, that's a game winner right there if he gets that grab. So, I don't hate it. It was a close series. It's what I want. It's more of what I wanted to see out of this Manhattan College squad. Even though they didn't get the win, this is the best three. He's still got 2 more games to go. So we'll see if he can come out in this one. Do you think what kind of adjustments do you think Ramen has to make? We saw periods where he was kind of dominant, and we saw other periods where he was really just kind of falling apart. So I'm wondering if you think that's just kind of how this matchup goes, or is that more of, maybe some inconsistent play from him?
Really what Ramen, the strength, I think Ramen was definitely capitalizing on the strengths that Robin will have in this matchup, which is, like I said, understanding where Terry's going to land, when Terry's going to land, because ultimately Terry's just going to get those big hits on you. Like, that's just part of the character. The frame data that the character has with the, hit stun on the jab, just setting up into so much, you're going to get hit with some of those jab combos. There's DI-able ways out of it that maybe Robin could, I don't know how familiar Robin is with those, but, I think the biggest thing, if Ramen wants to continue to dominate, is to continue to put the pressure off stage, getting, Hammer off stage as much as possible, continue to apply that pressure, make it impossible for Hammer to get back, and if that happens, it'll be rough in the second game for Hammer. But Hammer definitely showing life. Hammer showing the ability to rack up that percent and hit some of those, big moments. But here we go into game 2. Same characters as I would expect. Now on to Smashville. Kind of a similar pick, but now Terry's got that platform to work with. However, that could also be scary, as Robin is known to be a character to have some of these aerial ladder combos with that arc fire and those big forward airs and up airs. As you already see, Ramen sitting on that top platform, waiting to see what the Terry's gonna do.
Yeah, I mean, the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. You know, you go for this platform, you got to deal with those ladder combos as you were talking about. But it looks like this is already working out much better for Hammer. He looks like a much more confident player. And look at that combo, not even gonna let him recover onto stage. A nice little predict. So much damage built up, but you know, this is actually kind of interesting as he just finishes that stock in style. But he's consistently getting Ramen up to like 150%. I feel like Terry is usually a character that's able to kill at low percent. And so I'm kind of wondering why it's taking him so long to get these kill shots and actually finish these stocks off.
Yeah, part of it, you know, I think, especially on that last one, there was some, you know, mid-stage stuff. I think if Terry gets some of these big hits like the jab, power dunk at a certain percent, as honestly, Hammer is kind of running away with it right now. Not letting Robin breathe. Not letting Robin set up some of these arc fire setups that they'll be looking for. As Hammer is going to have to keep pushing with this momentum if he's going to take this game. And already at 127%, like you said, there's tools in the tool bank for Hammer to take this stock here. Going to have to take it. Oh, misses the down tilt to the up B there. Now, Ramen looking to bring it back. Gonna need to take the stock now if Ramen wants to get this game 2. Oh, accidentally turns around on that neutral B and that powered neutral B. Oh. Here's the scary part. Trying to see a big back air. Yeah, once again, exactly what Ramen needs to do. When Terry is falling slowly to the stage like that, understanding where he's going to go, understanding what recovery options that he has left, but really good from Hammer to seal that stock and give him a solid stock lead, not let Ramen get any extra credit after finally taking that stock. As a pretty decisive lead and probably the biggest lead we've seen from a Manhattan College player so far.
Yeah, so we'll see now. I mean, I'm really excited to see Manhattan College fighting back, showing some signs of life, because, you know, going forward into this season, this is just the way to set the tone. You know, you want to start the season on a good note. Obviously, it's a loss. You can't do anything about that, but we're going to make it competitive. We're not going to give them anything for free, and that's what I love to see. Oh, but Ramen making that one look cheap. Taking him off stage very easy. Evens up the stocks. Does have some pretty high damage close to kill range for this Terry. If Hammer can find the opening, we could see him win this game and take us to the first game 3 of this crew battle between these two squads.
Yeah, that was a really good second stock for Ramen. Kind of punishing Terry where you need to punish him. And now 121%. He's gonna have to get. Oh no! The air dodge off stage and the lead, the reverse 3-stop from the Ramen, and wow, that was a heartbreaker if I've ever seen one.
Yeah.
Finally, a chance to get points on the board, and that just probably just some nerves there, you know. You saw Ramen start to come back there in that last stock, and I know when I'm in that position where I have such a big lead, if I start getting bopped a little bit, I'm like, oh no, I'm throwing the lead, and I think, but once you get into that loop into your head, you start to flub, you start to think too much about what you're doing, you get out of your rhythm, and that definitely seemed to be what happened to Hammer there. Unfortunate way for that set to end, but it does go to St. Peter's College 2-0.
Yeah, it does, and you hate to see it. I was really, really rooting for Manhattan College there. We'll be getting closer to our last match. You just hate to see a guy lose like that. You hate to see a set go down like that. But St. Peter's, they're just the better team so far today, up and down the lineup. You know, they're not making the mistakes. They're making the big plays. They've been really, really fun to watch. So in our last match, we're going to have Probs facing off against St. Peter's. Probs from Manhattan facing off against Jazzy G from St. Peter's University. Currently, the score is 23-0 in favor of St. Peter's.
a pretty big lead, I would say. I'd say that's a fairly sizable lead.
It's anyone's game at this point. It can really go either way. So as we wait for these two to get ready, I mean, any thoughts on this one? Who was your? I mean, I guess you got to go back to Cuffy, the 2-3 stocks.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Cuffy looked
MVP.
really strong in that match, and I think part of that may have just been Manhattan College's player maybe not familiar with the DDD matchup, because a lot of DDD games will look really lopsided if you're not as familiar. That you saw just with how easily Cuffy got some of those deep edge guards and how well he racked up percent with the Gordo. So that's probably been the most one-sided at this point. But honestly, all of St. Peter's college teams or players have looked really proficient in their characters. They've been behind at times, but honestly, the biggest thing I see in a player and in a competitor is how well they play from behind. And if you can come from behind consistently, that's a sign of one, very strongly knowing your character and having a very good mental game. If you, especially when in a big season opener like this, when, like you said, setting the tone is so important. Obviously, the nerves are there, and understanding that a lot of these St. Peter's College players have been behind, yet they consistently come back. They consistently are able to take these sets, and that's just shows you maybe the level of experience and the strength of this roster and how deep. Obviously, when I think of crews, I think okay, there's probably one person that's premier, one or two people that are top tier in the crew, and then you got some of the middle of the packers, and then maybe people who aren't as experienced or still new or still learning the character. But honestly,
definitely.
this St. Peter's College team just looks deep. I mean, they look, every one of those players. Yeah, every one of those players has looked really impressive. Has been able to play from behind, play well, get their punishes when they need, and just played really smart Smash. And not to take any credit away from Manhattan College either, because they have come out swinging in a lot of these sets. Some of them may be a little more one-sided than the others, but still strong players through and through. It's really just been St. Peter's College players with the slight edge that have really pushed that advantage, came back from some of these deficits or pushed the leads really hard. And I don't know. I think all of the St. Peter's College players have impressed me in one way or the other. So I'm excited to see what the final match has in store.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. So it looks like Manhattan is going to ban Battlefield. Still waiting on St. Peter's pick. Seems like we're just waiting on Jazzy G from the St. Peter's side. Now, with a name like Jazzy G and the reputation of St. Peter's, I'm not sure how he can disappoint, but
yeah, Jazzy G just resonates with that, confident energy, which a lot of these St. Peter's the squad has had. So, yeah, the Battlefield ban definitely, the triplats always introduce a different factor in some of these matchups with certain characters that do so well when their opponent is above them, that those triplats just allow them to continue to extend combos, or like we even saw in that last match how well Ramen was able to prevent Terry from coming down. So things like that, those triplats are always going to introduce that factor of keeping them in the air or getting some of those really early kills. You look at characters like Mario that have some of these long strings, like the up air strings that can lead into a down air or up B. A character like that can be really strong on triplat stages like Battlefield and Yoshi's Story. So I'd be interested to see what characters we're going to see in this one. We've seen a pretty big base of characters so far. We saw Captain Falcon Dittos. We saw a Fox, a Robin, a DDD, a Pit, a Hero. We've seen a good base of characters. Sometimes online events have this factor of kind of, you see the same characters over and over again. You might see a lot of Sonics, you might see a lot of Robs or Ness or things like those. But honestly, we've seen a really good, diverse character base so far from both these teams. And I think that's a really good to have. Ultimately, you don't want to stack too many of the same character on your team, because then the other team can prepare just by nailing that matchup. But really diverse crew from both of them. So really, I'm really interested to see what the final match has in store in terms of characters.
Yep, still waiting on it. Okay, so we got our bans just now. St. Peter's is going to be banning Final Destination and Smashville. Okay.
Yeah, it's clearly trying to stay away from some of those smaller stages. Maybe looking for a zoner character to create some space, not get rushed down. But it seems like they're banning against each other, especially with the initial Battlefield ban and those two bans probably going somewhere. Most likely PS2, Town and City are definitely on the list. Maybe a Kalos start. Is most likely what we're looking at here. But yeah, I've really enjoyed all the matches so far. We've seen some one-sided ones, but ultimately both squads have the ability to compete and have the ability to win on any given day. St. Pete, like we've said, or St. Peter's College, like we said, has just had that edge in every set, whether it be pushing from behind or capitalizing on a lead. So let's see what Manhattan College can do to maybe get on the board.
Manhattan College tried to pick Smashville.
Yes.
But
not quite.
St. Peter's had just banned Smashville.
That's a little Uno reverse card action.
That really seems like the kind of day Manhattan College.
Yeah, Manhattan College. We're just trying to get there, man. Like, come on, just give it to us, all right? No Smashville for you.
Let's see. So what we're gonna do here, I think while we work to get ready, because we've just been having technical difficulties, with the notoriously wonderful Smash online servers, we are going to be having to go to a break here. Just a quick break while we get everything sorted out, get all our players back into the lobbies and ready to go. We'll be back at you with more action in just a few minutes. Don't go away.
Stay tuned.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. It is our final set here for Manhattan versus St. Peter's, and we're getting right into it. We got Probs from Manhattan College going up against Jazzy G from St. Peter's University, and they are all ready and raring to go here in this first set. The action is underway. I believe we're at Town and City, and it's going to be a Palutena versus a Snake matchup, and it'll be really fun to watch.
That's always a good matchup. I think Palutena and Snake. Palutena definitely a very strong character in this game. With Nair, abilities with Nair, and such a good back air, one of the best back airs in the game, as well as a really interesting recovery and a couple of pretty good special moves as well. Snake, we've seen quite a bit in Ultimate. Just the ability to set up some of these explosives that Snake has. Sometimes playing a Snake feels like you're playing a different game, because you have to be aware of so much.
Yeah, all the projectiles.
What Snake does.
Yeah,
as well as just being
difficult to deal with.
Oh, big up smash though. Not quite gonna do it. Snake, a very heavy lad. Now not able to punish the recovery. Has a pretty close first stock so far. Now you see Snake looking for that up tilt. Up tilt is the big. Oh, the super armor from the up B. Not able to take it with the explosive flame. And the dash attack gonna do it. Dash attack is such a good move from Snake. It covers so much ground and it comes out so quickly and actually does quite a bit of knockback. So now we're seeing how Jazzy G can get back to the stage. Gets the grab now, maybe trying to get it back air, but able to get out of it. It covers with the up air though. And now...
And we are flipped again. So the Probs on the Snake is from Manhattan College, and then Jazzy G, of course, from St. Peter's on the Palutena. And Jazzy G actually getting off to a bit of a slow start here, but has picked up so much damage, and there it is, the back throw from the Palutena. Gonna finish it off, even up the stocks a bit. Gonna try and get some damage back as well.
Oh! Big down air. Snake's probably gonna make that back though. Oh! Go to the C4 recovery.
Oh, is gonna make
really smart stuff. Yeah, honestly, Probs I've definitely respected the ability to recover so far. Especially against a character like Palutena who does so well off stage. Probs, I give props to Probs for his recovery. But now a very even second stock as finally gets the Nair that Palutena's love so much, is poking him off with the fair, trying to get that down air once again. I wonder when he's going to switch it up to go for the back air stage spike instead. Covers the that recovery with the explosive flame. And now, almost up B's into an up smash. That could have been scary.
Oh man, so much damage here. Palutena looking for the finisher, and there it is. Takes him down, flips the stocks back, and Jazzy G in a position we've seen all too often from these St. Peter's boys in the lead right now, and putting on more damage to boot. Just so difficult right now. Definitely the Snake matchup is very weird. I would say that Jazzy G is playing it well, but I mean, I feel like more so Probs maybe isn't taking full advantage of how difficult it is to play into a Snake.
Yeah, I think maybe some of these setups that Probs is looking for, maybe electing to rush down a little bit more. I mean, Snake definitely a character that you can play in multitude different ways, but tries to seal it with a deep up air. Oh man, yeah, I'd like to see Probs maybe take a step back, play a little slower, as now Palutena is stuck with the C4. It gets the back throw, that's gonna do it in that 2 stock. After losing the first stock, basically taking all 3 of Probs' stocks on that second stock, and now once again we see St. Peter's College taking the 1-0 lead.
Yep, Jazzy G living up to the hype here. St. Peter's top to bottom looks like an incredibly difficult to beat squad. And Manhattan College, we've seen some good stuff from them today. You know, I mean, Hammer as well as Sam put up some very good performance. Sansmaman has looked pretty okay, kind of into a tough matchup. So we'll see if Probs can maybe put up a little bit more of a fight here. As we continue going forwards here, we'll see what the bans are coming through. So far, nothing just yet. What are you expecting? Do you think Probs will maybe try and switch off the Snake? I feel like usually Snake players are Snake players. They don't usually have like a pocket or a secondary, you know? So
Snake definitely a character that has some tough matchups, and I would definitely say Palutena is probably one of them. But ultimately, even though it was a 2-stock, it didn't seem that far apart. It was just that Probs couldn't take that second stock when he needed it. And Snake is definitely one of those characters that early percents can rack up the percent a lot, but capitalizing on that and finishing the stock can be pretty difficult. I mean, you have really good tools like up tilt. I'd like to see a little bit more. I mean, up tilt is one of those moves you can pretty easily spam. I mean, obviously you need to do it with some respect for your opponent, because if you spam any move enough, they're going to read that and they're going to come in, especially Palutena, who can come in with any number of options.
Yeah.
But maybe electing to, take the foot off the brake a little bit. Obviously, Palutena thrives when you come into her and she, has the ability to set up a nair, set up a grab or something off of a whiff. So maybe trying to use these grenades a little bit more, I would say is probably what I would like to see from Probs. I think he should stick with the Snake. I think the Snake looked pretty good, especially in that first stock. The first stock, just the ability to recover and to get back to the stage. From there, it was just kind of a steamroll, unfortunately, for Probs, as Jazzy G just comboed him to death. I mean, that's the problem with Snake. Snake has a terrible disadvantage, and Palutena has such an amazing advantage with nair, up air, all these multi-hit moves that can just catch you. They're out for so long. So I'd probably say to stick with the Snake, but definitely some adjustments to be made if so.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll have to see here as we get ready to go into this one. We are going to be going to Smashville. That was picked by Manhattan College. FD and Kalos were banned. So yeah, I think that really does kind of align with what the Snake is going to be trying to do here. As you mentioned, a tough matchup into the Palutena. We'll see if he can make it work. So actually, Jazzy G right now is selecting. He may be swapping characters here.
Could be. See. I mean, Smashville not terrible for Snake against some matchups, but maybe against Palutena could be rough, because Palutena, with things like nair and up air, especially with that platform, hard to come down against her. So, nope, sticking with the Snake. Yeah, I think Smashville not a terrible pick for him either. I mean, honestly, even though Snake relies a lot on projectiles, you kind of have to be able to avoid the projectiles. Your opponent does anyway. Yeah. And with a smaller stage, not always the worst thing, because it becomes that much harder for the opponent to avoid, as you're already seeing here. And as well as that top platform really helping out Snake with his big kill option, which is up tilt. And that up tilt will poke through that platform. But now, Jazzy G getting something a little started of his own.
Yeah, so we see actually, the damage very even early on. We've seen, obviously Probs is well practiced on this Snake pick. He's able to combo these projectiles into some pretty big damage moves. But Jazzy G, right there, he can't even land. So good at punishing the Snake is, if you can get them off stage, it's so hard to get back to a neutral, and Jazzy G just misses the recovery. There's the first stock, but we saw this last time, and it almost seemed to unlock like a raid boss version of Jazzy G. He lost the first stock, and then he just went Rambo onto him here, and we'll see if that happens again. But Probs is keeping up the pressure so far. Does get hit pretty hard there. It's going to be tough for him to recover on such high damage, but he is able to do it. A nice timing on the dodge, predicting that punch going to come out from Jazzy. Now we're back and forth again. Still struggling to get back to the neutral even after that dodge, though. Oh, and a great grab from Jazzy G as he comes off of ledge, and a nice aerial.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The thing I didn't like about what Jazzy G was going for in that, to seal up that stock, was going for these smash attacks on the ledge. Not a bad option, but he went for like 2 down smashes and an up smash in a row, when Palutena has some amazing aerials to get back. Can he do it? Down air really smart from Jazzy G. And that's what you need to do as Palutena. I don't know. That could have sealed that first stock so much earlier, as now we see a huge lead here. Well, not huge, but a big enough lead for Palutena to really get something going. And gets the grab release there as they grab at the same time. And another forward smash from Probs. You're not going to get a ton off of forward smash, especially in neutral. throws out some dash attacks, though, trying to catch the recovery with the up smash. Can Probs take the stock and bring it to the last stock situation? Or is Jazzy G just going to run away with another reverse 3-stock? Oh, big down air there.
Jazzy G is on very high damage right now, so it could go either way if Probs is able to find a good little combo, though. And that's the key. He has to finish Jazzy G now. He's already on high damage himself. He has to finish Jazzy G now and then go almost perfect on the last stock here if he wants to win it. But right now he's struggling just to get back to ledge. The punish from Palutena is so strong. He's just trying to get in, but no! Jazzy G having none of it. Another 2-0 in a perfect game from St. Peter's University. They did not lose a single game throughout this entire crew battle from them.
That was the same thing, like you said, that happened in the first game. Same script. I mean, Probs able to hang in there in that first stock, get the first stock even, but then from there, it was all Jazzy G. Jazzy G just kind of, you know, got his saxophone rolling or whatever you might, whatever jazz instrument of choice. And, you know, able to capitalize so much more off stage. I mean, like I was saying, that first stock, you know, Probs was able to recover over and over because of the options that Jazzy G was doing on the ledge. You know, we saw a couple down smashes, maybe trying to get that win box, and then the up smash. But then once he started going off stage and using those huge aerials, it was impressive. It was very impressive from Jazzy G and from the entire St. Pete squad to not drop a game. I mean, they were down. They were down in a lot of these games. But I mean, we saw so many of their players be able to come back from these deficits and, you know, show their dominance so far. And I think they're gonna have a pretty good season if they're gonna continue to look like that.
Yeah, just great stuff from them. As you said, top to bottom, a complete performance from that team. Just, you know, I mean, it was a tough day for Manhattan College. But they've got some positives going forward. You know, really the only person on their team that struggled heavily was Rizaluka. Everyone else was, you know, they were in the games. They had, you know, opportunities. They just made, you know, they made a few more mistakes. And that's fixable. You know, at the end of the day, you look at final score, 28-0, you're like, not great, you know, but you got to look at the positives, the things you can do going forward, try and build on that, try and cut down on the mistakes. And I think we'll see Manhattan College take some wins this season as well. But St. Peter's, I think, is a team to look out for because they put the whole league on notice today with that performance.
Yeah, they did. I mean, not losing a game is impressive. With that many matches, you know, 5 different matches, not losing a game, that is impressive stuff to have that much talent up and down your roster. And yeah, I like what you said about Manhattan College focusing on the positives. You know, they like you said, only one of those matches was super imbalanced, and some of their players did show some strong signs of life. So I think they have some data now they can work with. They understand, you know, what they did wrong. Maybe focus on just enjoying and staying in some of these games. I definitely seem like some of those games, the nerves definitely racked up on them. And they, you know, especially that Hammer, who had that really unfortunate SD to lose game 2, you know, when he looked at that game. So I think maybe, you know, with some experience, getting the first set out of the way, getting the first match out of the way, they can come back to their next match and with some information, some data, and hopefully get some points on the board next time.
Yeah, we'll definitely look forward to that. For those of you out there, I want to thank you so much for tuning in. This was Manhattan College versus St. Peter's University, with St. Peter's running away with a victory. However, our day here at EGF is not over just yet. Coming up next, we've got Niagara University facing off against Quinnipiac, so don't go away.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome on back to EGF Season 2. It is our first match week for Super Smash Bros. Action, and we're going to end things here on the main stream with Niagara University facing off against Quinnipiac University. My name is Upmind, joined here by Cool J, and of course, we're going to get right into our first game very, very soon. It's going to be Tin Can for Niagara University facing off against Riley from Quinnipiac. And we don't know matchups or anything of the sort, but I wanted to ask you, Cool J. I wasn't here for the last crew battle. How did that one end up going down?
Well, for those of you who weren't here along with Upmind, St. Peter's University is incredibly good. They fully dominated Manhattan College. It was 28-0.
Okay.
Manhattan College did not win a single set. They didn't even win a single game.
Okay.
Cuffy, on his King DDD pick, had 2 straight 3 stocks against Rizaluka for Manhattan College. So there were some positives to take away from Manhattan College, but not many. It was a really, really rough first day for them. St. Peter's University, though, they've got to be ecstatic. This is exactly how they wanted their season to start. I mean, they put everything out there. They played really well.
Yeah, and I mean that's going to happen early on in the season, especially with St. Peter's. They were actually, a huge force in the last season too. So I'm just not surprised that St. Peter's is still, on their BS in a sense. Ricardo, to me, he's an absolute stud. Like he's an all-star in the league, like you mentioned, or I mentioned. Only midway through the season are we really going to get players that we can really define as all-stars. But Ricardo, to me, he's one of them. He's very much an electric Captain Falcon man. He's hype as when you think about the Captain Falcon play that makes you like really happy to actually watch some Super Smash Bros. Action. We're talking about Ricardo, but of course we're moving forward. It is going to be Niagara University facing off against Quinnipiac. We are starting off with Tin Can against Riley. Tin Can on the Tin Can on the right, Riley on your left. And we're going to be starting off with a pretty decent matchup here. It's going to be none other than Ike facing off against Mario.
Yeah, and it is, and we're getting into it already. So much damage onto this Ike. He is having trouble finding those nairs while this Mario is just doing work. It does seem like the players are on the wrong side, so I'll just let you know it is going to be Tin Can for the side of Niagara University on this Ike, and then, of course, Riley. No.
Yeah, it is Riley. It's just the name.
Okay.
Yeah, they're on the same Switch.
It's going to be Riley for the side of Quinnipiac on this Mario. And already Mario imposing his will. Riley here just playing very well. But, this is the power of the Ike. Yes, it is the Nair spam. But you really only need to hit 1 or 2. You're never out of the game when you're on this Ike pick just because you do so much damage. If you didn't just hit once or twice, you see him making this huge comeback. This is just something that Ike does. Trying to punish there, but actually gets punished for that play. Riley, nice little quick comeback onto the stage. Oh, but Tin Can with the back tilt. Incredible play there.
No, all too easy. It's going to be, what was pretty good combo play early on, but okay. Tin Can booting on a little bit of damage. It's again, real simple type stuff with Ike, especially at the lower percents. You're going to be able to rack on a lot using up what is just 2 inputs, using up that Nair and Fair. But once again, he's in this weird position where he's just trying to space out Mario to the point where he can only hit him to the edge of his sword. Because that's just how Ike is. It just be how it be. You don't exactly want to get grabbed up by Mario at all. You don't want to get, really in a aerial disadvantage against him because you'll take on quite a bit of damage, and that is massive. You saw what was Riley quite a few times try to go for that hard predict off the spike, but he finally gets the hard read. And now this time, Tin Can does have a little bit of an opportunity to try to get himself a little bit of a comeback. Tries to go for the neutral B, but can't connect. Still Riley. I like the idea. Almost was able to try to get that up air right as he hit the platform, but Tin Can and just Ike in general. Massive work thus far, but we're already down to the last stop.
Yeah, we are all even, but not really. Riley doing so much damage. Tin Can barely going to recover there. Does get a nice little grab, but no!
Tin Can, man!
No!
You could see the idea, right? So he does knock him off stage, and He's knocked off to a distance, to a feasible distance where you could possibly drag him down with that up B. But he SDs off the up B, and even when he went up with the up B, he ended up not connecting. So,
oh man,
yikes. Hey, it happens.
Big yikes.
It was a good idea, but here's the thing: we're talking about a crew battle. Your entire team is going to get, you know, they're going to get affected by mistakes like that, and that might be very costly. Yes, it is only 1 point. It is only 1 stock. But throughout the entire set, this could start to get a little bit rough, especially now that we do have what is, you know, 2 characters with fairly even map pools, you know, fairly even stage selects. So it's really just gonna have to come down to what is some micro adjustments, micro interactions. It's gonna be the small things, the combo advantages that both of these characters have, and early kills with Ike. That's really what I'm looking for here, Cool J.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, definitely that's the big thing, is the Ike does so much, you know, it's what I was saying really early on into that set. Ike does so much damage. He's never out of a game. He's always going to be able to, you know, try and come back into it. And he has those early kill potentials as well. And I, you know, he kind of SD'd that one, but it doesn't mean he played the set badly. You know, he made a big mistake. It lost him the set, but he did play it very well, I think. He was right in it. Riley played the matchup really well, also kind of not letting Tin Can range him out, really being able to get up in his face, get those throws, get those combos that Mario needs. So I'm really excited to see how this game 2 shakes down, because I think both of these guys are very, very well matched.
Yeah, no, it's fairly even to start things off. And again, I just didn't think that Tin Can really just had his opportunities in terms of, you know, actual combos. I mean, you saw some starters. You know, his Nair isn't just a good tool of just like getting very consistent damage purely because of how low it can actually go and how quick it actually comes out, for especially for an aerial, for Ike in general. Like historically, his aerials just take forever to come out. But in Smash Ultimate, he actually does have a pretty good advantage with that Nair, where, you know, he's fanning it out and he can combo it into a back air, into an up air. You can get some massive damage within 2 inputs with this character, essentially for free. But if you are just trying to be real sly, if you're trying to be evasive, kind of like Riley was throughout game 1, it's going to be a little bit of a tough time just to try to catch him. You're going to need to have some weird options, like we actually saw, I think it was stock number 1, and it was Tin Can actually go for a side B point blank to try to get the kill. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be going into game 2. It is Quinnipiac up 1-0 over Niagara at the moment, and we're seeing the run back. It is Ike versus Mario, and are we getting the same stage? Potentially.
No, I believe it's going to be
Town
City.
Town City. So another Triplus, though.
Yeah, so this is the thing, honestly. I'm not at all surprised to see them wanting to run it back. I feel like both of them played really well in that first game. You know, Tin Can. Oh, wow. That was very close. He is able to get the recovery here. And this is the thing that I've been so impressed with Riley, is he is so good at exploiting one of Ike's biggest weaknesses, which is his recovery. You know, it's very limited, at least height-wise. Consistently getting these spikes, putting Tin Can in difficult positions, or just getting him off stage entirely, just makes it very, very difficult for Tin Can to get anything going. And we see here Riley imposing his will, so much damage right now.
Oh, Tin Can too. A little bit of an air dodge. He was almost caught off guard. Riley for a second there, but yeah, no, Riley's got this one hard, and Tin Can actually just gets downloaded in a sense. Tin Can, he actually, whenever he tries to go back towards ledge, he actually does not like to grab ledge. He just likes to walk on in, and well, Riley took that advantage and goes for an up smash. And he already has quite a bit of an advantage. You finally saw Tin Can's first Nair to up air combo, but it's not going to extend to anything too crazy. Riley is in this man's head, once again going high and going for the fair, and well, we're just seeing pretty much just extra credit here from good old Riley.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing here Riley over and over just making the plays, predicting really what Tin Can is going to do. He knows exactly what's going to happen before Tin Can even thinks about doing it. It's absolutely incredible what he's doing right now. And he's just continuing the consistency. Tin Can, but see, this is what I'm talking about. Tin Can, he gets 1 or 2 hits, goes from 20 to 80%. You know, I mean, that's the power of Ike. That is what you need to try and like hope for here. But he's just so predictable every time.